Megha, I'll join in Megha in plenary, don't worry. You continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Megha Patel from Kashi Foundation. After the grand success of first multidisciplinary international conference on the theme Transition and Transformation Studies in Life, Trade and Culture with the tie-up of University of Mumbai. We had second international symposium on webinar on the theme concerns, complexities and dialogues in religious philosophy, which held on 12th May 2020. And also today in the morning, we inaugurated the International Faculty Development Program in Research Methodology and History on the theme Historians Compass and Tools, which is a 6-day series which will conclude on 30th of May. Now, welcome you in the National Conference of Kash Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development and University of Ottawa. The theme of today's conference is Colossal and Collateral Challenges for Sustainable Environment. I would like to thank our collaborative partner, academic collaborator, University of Ottawa. The conference will have a following schedule. We'll have a keynote session, then we'll have a plenary session, followed by various scholars who will give their presentation, and then we'll have a valedictory address. It is with great honor I would like to invite Dr. Samini Gogri, the conference coordinator on behalf of our Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development. Ma'am, I would like to call you on the board for the further deliberation of the conference.
We are from different time zones. I would like to wish good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our distinguished guests and the speakers for this international conference. I would like to invoke a Sanskrit prayer which talks about environment. Madhupahada Riyayate Madhuksharanti Sindhava Madhavinaha Santu Sandhi Madhu Santumukta Sasau Madhu Mata Parthiva Rajaha Madhu Shotasau Suryaha Madhari Gabu Bhavantu. Environment provides bliss to people, leading their life perfectly. Rivers bless us with sacred water and provide us with health, morning, night, meditation. Sun bless us with peaceful life. Cows provide us milk. The theme of our conference is brought out in this wonderful Vedic saying. Our conference, Colossal and Collateral Challenges for Sustainable Environment. It brings out the disciplines of social sciences and humanities and are viewed as those that deal with society, societal groups, individuals, and their relationship with others or institutions of societies and material goods and expressions of human condition. The long-standing coexistence between mankind and environment bears the testimony that our safe survival is more the outcome of gratitude than arrogance of control towards our environment. This conference would like to engage in the intellectual deliberations of how our social religious value system initiated a deliberate move to accept the norms of ecosystem which much need adaptability. So, dear distinguished speakers, listeners, and participants of this conference.
आपने इसमें लॉगिन किया?
This conference
इसमें आपका है क्या लॉगिन?
has been deliberated on the theme which is very much core to the NGO Kash Foundation, brainchild of Professor Avkash Yadav. Kash Foundation is a Mumbai-based registered NGO who works on the 4 verticals of E to H2, that is education, environment, health, and heritage. Since a long time, Professor Avkash Yadav has been active in all these issues, working for the betterment of society. Under its auspices, we have few of the thinkers have developed Center for Academic and Professional Development. CAPD proposes to achieve Their objectives to provide opportunities for academic excellence to faculty and educational institutions through quality improvement systems, optimal delivery models, and creating avenues of possibility of collaborative research. Second, to provide best practices to enhance teaching skills and professional development for conducting workshops, seminars, conferences, and faculty development programs. To provide suggestions, recommendations, resource and training programs to institutions, organizations seeking to strengthen, upgrade, and increase their footfalls in academic and international circles. And fourth, to create opportunities for students by helping them to identify potentials and develop core skills, interact by participation and learn through foreign exchange programs. So, friends, CAPD looks forward for further collaborations for research, applications, student exchange, and also all other kinds of enhancements of individuals and institutions. So, now, without taking much of your time, I'd like to open the floor for our keynote speaker who readily agreed to be on the board with us, that is Professor Ikumar Hilder. He is a PhD, an associate professor of Hindu Studies at Zafat Academic College, Safed, Israel, and director of Hindu and Jewish Studies at Bar Ilan University. He is a graduate of theology, faculty University of Oxford, a life member of Collateral University of Cambridge, and a visiting professor of Chinese University of Oxford. His publications include Exploring the Bhagavad Gita, Philosophy, Structure and Meaning, Brahman and Tao, Comparative Studies in Indian and Chinese Philosophy, the Fifth Veda in Hinduism, Philosophy, Poetry, Devotion in Bhagavad Puran, Dharma and Halasya, Comparative Studies in Hindu and Jewish Philosophy and Religion, and Bhagavad Gita, a critical comparison. So we have a very responsible person as a keynote speaker. His today's topic is Dharma and Halasya, Ethics, Social Structure, and Sacrificial Ethos in Hinduism and Judaism. So, Professor Kumar Hilder, I heartily, warmly welcome you and open the floor for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference. Thank you for having invited me. It's a great pleasure and an honor. I will share the screen so that you can follow what I'm saying. So I'm sharing the screen now. Just a second. Not this one. So let's show. Yeah. So the topic, I will close this one. Okay. So the topic of my paper is Dharma and Halacha, Ethics, Social Structure, and Sacrificial Ethos in Hinduism and Judaism. One of the strongest links between Judaism and Hinduism is that of ethics. Both religions share a deep commitment to practicing a detailed and particular way of life. Whereas Hinduism has developed detailed Dharma Shastra literature, Judaism has developed Halacha, which is similarly particular and detailed. Both Dharma and Halacha carry a notion of intertwining ethics and religion. Dharma conveys the notion of duty, law, order, religion, justice, and morality. And Halacha carries similar such notions. Both Dharma and Halacha literature seem to be offering an interpretation to their ancient sources of interpretation. Dharma follows the underlying assumptions of the six orthodox schools, whereas Halacha follows the biblical commandments. A careful look reveals that there are similarities there too. Considering the Yama Niyama ethics to be at the core of the Hindu ethical system, one may observe that the 5 Yamas are somewhat similar to 5 out of the 10 commandments. And as such, it seems that there are similar ethical foundations in both traditions. Apparently, modern approaches to India, and in particular to Hinduism, have focused on metaphysics at the expense of ethics. And as such, Hinduism was often seen to be concerned with the esoteric, the outwardly, the mystical, as opposed to ethical issues and concerns. In contrast, Judaism and Christianity were thought to offer something lacking in Hinduism, namely the moral, the New Testament. And it was this moral vitality that many Christian missionaries saw themselves bringing to India to challenge and ethically lax Hinduism. In general, Jewish ethics are rooted in a perspective distinct from Western liberalism and understand the individual's relations to family and community through the notion of duty. Western ethics, shaped as they were by the Western liberalism that emerged from Enlightenment philosophers such as John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, are based upon a system of morals grounded in a notion of individual rights. As such, Thomas Jefferson embraced this view in writing the U.S. Declaration of Independence and quoted Locke in asserting this: "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, which they are endowed by their Creator by some unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." As opposed to the idea of individual rights as the bedrock of morality, which apparently was self-evident to Enlightenment thinkers, Judaism perceives the individual as a member of a community bound by duties rather than rights-deserving individual. As such, whereas the focus in Western ethics may be on individual autonomy, the focus of Jewish ethics is on familial and communal responsibility. Examining Hinduism, one finds a similar notion of duty to be underlying ethics. The main Hindu term denoting ethics is dharma, and the notion of duty is realized within this framework encompassing various ethical prescriptions or commandments. In general, the term dharma is untranslatable in that it has no direct semantic equivalence in any Western language, which convey the resonance of associations expressed by the term. However, it has been variously translated as duty, religion, justice, law, ethics, religious merit, principle, and right. The noun dharma is derived from the verbal root dri, which means uphold, maintain, sustain, and keep in balance. Hence, dharma is the way, the right way to maintain order and balance in the universe. Generally, at the human level, dharma governs every aspect of and every activity in the life of a Hindu. As such, dharma is an all-encompassing ideology which embraces both ritual and moral behavior, whose neglect would have bad social and personal consequences. Dharma is also a wider universal implication or significance, as it ties together individual ethics, social and political ethics, spirituality, as well as cosmology. It retains the sense of a cosmic status quo or a healthy and natural universal state of affairs. Dharma is not only external to the human being, rather it is perceived as comprising the essence or nature of everything. As such, it aspires to place everything, not only the human being, but the whole phenomena, in its proper place. As long as every element in the cosmos, the sun, water, animals, maintain order and balance in the universe generally. At the human level, dharma governs every aspect of and every activity. Plants and human in particular acts according to its dharma. The overall balance is maintained. However, as soon as any element in the cosmos in some ways deviates from its dharma, i.e. commits adharma, the overall balance is disturbed. Following this wider universal understanding, dharma should not be thought of as something static, but as a balance which is constantly being struck. It retains the connotation of a powerful activity operating in the universe and even constituting this universe. representing its essence or idealized form. The ethical state represented by Dharma is a kind of a natural law governing all existent beings in the universe. Accordingly, the ethical action is not just a contingent moral act, rather an innate characteristic of a human being, which makes him what he is, assigning the part he is to play in the universal concert. From the wider perspective, it is the dharma of the sun to shine, of the pole to be fixed, of the rivers to flow, of the cow to yield milk, of the Brahmin to officiate and teach, and the Kshatriya to rule, of the Vaishya to farm. This may be illustrated by a paragraph in the Bhagavad Gita, which highlights the importance of adhering to one's dharmic duty, even at the expense of one's life. I'm now quoting Bhagavad Gita. By adhering to dharmic duty alone have Janaka and others attained success. Considering the welfare of the world, you should do likewise. Whatever a great man does, common men indeed follow, and whatever standards he sets, the whole world accepts. For part, I myself am not obliged to perform any duty in all the three worlds, and have nothing more to attain. Still I adhere to Dharma. For was I ever to avoid tirelessly doing so, all mankind would follow my path. Had I ceased adhering to my duties, all these worlds would have perished, and I would have caused miscegenation among the classes, as well as destroyed the hosts of creatures. Just as the unwise perform their duties out of interest, the wise do so disinterestedly, desiring the welfare of the world. The wise one should not unsettle the ignorant whose minds are attached to different activities. Rather, he should encourage them to perform their duties and thus enjoy all sorts of action, while he himself acts in a controlled manner. Better to be deficient in following one's own dharmic duty than to perform another's duty well. Even death, while performing one's own duty is better, for following another's duty invites danger. The speaker in this paragraph is the Supreme Lord, saying how important it is to follow Dharma and its injunctions, and illustrating this by his personal example, in that even he himself follows Dharma for the sake of giving example to the general public. The paragraph ends with a famous statement according to which one should stick to his dharmic duty even to the point of death. The commandments of Dharma include ideals for human life in this world, one's relation to other human beings, the duties of caste, varna, and the stages of life, ashramas. However, beside particular rules, there are general ethical rules called sadharana dharma, and that may be translated as general principles of conduct. This term is applied to ethical principles and forms of self-restraint which are considered common to all, or universal, sadharana, as opposed to the particularistic ethics associated with varnashrama dharma. Various lists exist, many of them echoing the restraints, yama, associated with the renouncer groups and the practitioners of yoga. The principal element is often non-violence or non-harming, ahimsa, accompanied by truthfulness, satya, not stealing, asteya, and various bodily and emotional restraints. More specifically, the yoga school lists 5 such ethical principles. These are very widely spread within Hinduism, grouped under the name yama, restraints, and are considered sadharana dharma. The yamas are non-violence, truthfulness, refrain from stealing, celibacy, and renunciation of unnecessary possessions. From the 5 yamas listed here, ahimsa, non-violence, the principal motto of Gandhi's non-cooperation approach, is the yama singled out by the commentators of the Yoga Sutra and their author, Patanjali, for special attention. In traditional methods of scriptural interpretation, introductory and concluding statements carry more weight than other statements. Ahimsa is the most important yama, say the commentators, and therefore leads the list. In his commentary upon the Yoga Sutra, Vyasa accordingly takes ahimsa as the root of the other yamas. He defines it as not injuring any living creature anywhere at any time. Just as the footprint of an elephant covers the footprints of all other creatures, says Vijnana Bhikshu, so does ahimsa cover all the other yamas. Now speaking about biblical ethics and their Hindu counterpart. Similar to the Hindu concept of ethics, which is deeply grounded in religion, the Tanakh, the Bible, terms for ethics is Yirat Elohim, translated as fear of God. It points to the blurred boundaries in ancient Israel between ethics and religion. A paramount element in the proper worship of Israel's God is action in the social realm to relieve the oppression of the poor and powerless and to prevent corruption of the judicial process. Further, many of God's commandments are intended to deter the Israelite from acting toward his fellow with vengeance and malice. Moreover, the centrality of ethics is indicated by the placement of the command to love one's neighbor as oneself at the midpoint of the Torah. Indeed, in the Torah, both ethics and ritual are viewed as vital components of holiness. A close look into the source of ethical behavior in the Torah reveals that 7 out of the 8 such sources are directly linked to God and represent both collective and individual relations with Him. These 8 are collective reward and punishment, individual reward and punishment, gratitude to God, Israel's experience as slaves and strangers, Israel's special covenant with God with its aspiration to holiness, the inherent morality and wisdom of God and His laws, Israel's dependence on God, and 8, the last one, the mutual love between God and Israel. A classic example of such relational discipline appears in the traditions centered on and developed from the Jewish notion of mitzvah, commandment, plural mitzvot, a rule of discipline that is understood to have divine sanction. The rabbinic tradition of Judaism notes that God has given the people of Israel 613 outlining the 248 positive instructions and 365 negative injunctions the people are obliged to honor. The most general and most familiar of the mitzvot are known as the 10 Commandments. These offer the basic principle of Israelite law and combine strict monotheistic ideology with rules against destructive social behavior. According to these rules of discipline, the people of Israel are to believe in no other God but Yahweh, not to construct idols, to keep the commandments, not to misuse God's name, to observe the day of rest, to honor their parents, not to commit murder, not to commit adultery, not to steal, not to testify falsely against their neighbors, and not to be envious of other people's possessions. The 10 Commandments, or Decalogue, appear twice in the Hebrew scriptures, at Exodus and Deuteronomy. There are differences between the two listings, but the order and the general content are substantially identical. The commandments may be grouped as follows. Commandments 1 to 3, God's self-identification, followed by the commandments against the worship of other gods, idolatry and misuse of the divine name. Commandment 4-5, positive commandments to observe the Shabbat and to honor parents. Commandment 6-7, prohibitions of violent acts against neighbors, namely killing and adultery. Commandments 8-10, prohibitions of crimes against community life, namely stealing, testifying falsely, and hankering after the life and goods of neighbors. In contrast to the ordinary laws, whose enactment depends on particular or social circumstances such as sacrifices offered in various conditions, the ordinances of the Decalogue apply to everybody, regardless of circumstances. Every Israelite is committed not to practice idolatry and not to swear falsely, etc. The commandments have thus universal validity. The 10 Commandments provide God's universal and timeless standard of right and wrong. Unlike the other 603 commandments in the Torah, they form the basis of Jewish law, and moreover, the Jewish tradition considers the 10 Commandments the theological basis for the rest of the commandments. A number of works, starting with Rabbi Saadia Gaon, have made groupings of the other 603 commandments according to their links with the 10 Commandments. As already mentioned, similar to the Decalogue, there are certain morals, precepts in Hinduism which are supposed to be common to all humankind. These are Sadhana Dharma principles which share a number of features in common with the 10 biblical commandments. As mentioned, such Sadhana or general and universal moral principles are the 10 principles of Yama and Niyama. Moreover, examining the 5 later commandments and the 5 principles of Yama, one finds a striking similarity. As such, Ahimsa, or the principle of non-violence, is parallel to the commandment, thou shalt not kill. Satya, or the principle of adhering to the truth, is parallel to the commandment, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Asteya, or the principle of non-stealing, is parallel to the commandment, thou shalt not steal. Brahmacharya, or the principle of celibacy, is parallel to the commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery. Aparigraha, or the principle of accumulation, is parallel to the commandment, thou shalt not covet your neighbor's possessions. To a large extent, the principle of ahimsa is the foundation upon which all the other 9 principles of yama niyama are founded. While it is true that in Hinduism, this principle never enjoyed the unambivalent status it had in the Jaina and Buddhist traditions, it exerts a powerful influence on the Hindu mind with reference to particularly valuable forms of life. Revitalized in contemporary times by the example of M.K. Gandhi, this principle traditionally applied to all living beings. It had a twofold aspect: negative, that is avoiding violence in thought and deed, and positive, being well disposed towards in thought and deed. Now I'll speak of ethics being grounded in the sacrificial ethos. In examining both Judaism and Hinduism, it is apparent that in both traditions, ethics are indeed deeply grounded in the sacrificial ethos. This may not come as a surprise, as both cultures may have had a long sacrificial tradition out of which both religions have emerged and developed. As such, ancient Judaism had a tent of congregation as its liturgical center, and later it was replaced by the first and second temples and their sacrificial ethos. Similarly, ancient Hinduism was deeply Vedic and as such grounded in the sacrificial culture. As such, both traditions share this deep link between sacrificial purity and ethical purity. There is, however, one notable and fundamental difference between the two systems, wherein Judaism considers ethics to be personal, i.e. to be grounded in direct relation with the Supreme. For Hinduism, ethics are generally impersonal, as they are not necessarily grounded in personal relations with the Supreme Lord. In general, the offering of sacrifices in Judaism is meant to ensure God's presence among the people of Israel. However, offering the sacrifices is not the only condition that ensures God's presence and care. Sacrifices must be offered correctly in accordance with God's directives. And additionally, the people must behave properly and must follow God's way through following His commands. In other words, the validity or value of the sacrifice is based upon their purity in both ritualistic and moral terms. Stated differently, ethics have not only a moral but a sacrificial or ritualistic significance, and as such, in the Levitical discourse, a proper sacrifice includes the avoidance of both ritual impurity as well as moral impurity. This is because these two forms of impurity can literally drive God from His house, lead Him to abandon His people and the land, and thereby imperil them both. As such, when the Israelites commit ritual or moral sins, even outside the holy presence of the Mishkan, then God's presence in the Mishkan is placed in jeopardy. This explains the function of purifying and purging the people of Israel of the ritual and moral impurities, which is to remove the stain of sin and allow the people once more to be in intimate contact with God, as ritual and moral impurities place a barrier between God and human. Although the Jewish people no longer have a temple and no longer have offer sacrifices, it is important to see that the function of the sacrificial cult has been preserved by the halakhic system, which includes the synagogue liturgies of today. Similar to Judaism, in Hinduism, there's a deep linkage between sacrifice and ethics, and moreover, the notion of dharma is deeply associated with the sacrificial Vedic ethos. Similarly to Judaism, the Vedic society was world-affirming, and sacrifices, as well as rituals, occupied a central place in its affair. The individual enjoyed full dignity insofar as he was a yajamana, and the Mimamsa school promoting these ideas was indeed humanistic and active. As opposed to Judaism, early Mimamsa did not consider the Supreme Person to be a very important subject matter. As the realistic school, The Mimamsa's main interest was mainly practical rather than speculative, as it inquired into the nature and means of dharma. The fundamental philosophical basis is Jaimini's Mimamsa Sutras, and the major commentators are Shabara, Kumarila Bhatta, and Prabhakar. Jaimini admits the reality of the Vedic deities to whom the were offered. As far as the Supreme Person, he does not argue for his existence, neither denies him, but mainly ignores him. The Mimamsa perceived human life as a life of action, and thus life was expressed through action. However, action wasn't just any action, but it was action under the Vedic injunctions. The Veda itself was taken to be apurusheya, i.e., not composed by any person, not even by the Supreme Person, was taken to be superfluous in the presence of the eternal Veda. Mimamsa was the most orthodox of all orthodox systems and accepted by all other schools as authoritative as far as the individual's relation to society, forefathers, teachers, and gods. The framework underlying proper human action, as well as his relations with society and the world, was dharma. Thus, Mimamsa Sutra of Jaimini comments as follows. Next step comes the inquiry into dharma. Dharma is that which is indicated by the means of the Veda as conductive to the highest good. In the Mimamsa system, there is a connection between the act and the result of fruit. As such, an act performed at present will yield a future result, while at the meantime it takes the form of apurva, which may be taken as an imperceptible antecedent of the fruit, or an afterlife state of the act itself. Liberation from Mimamsa refers mainly to life in heaven, although later thinkers did take dharma to be leading to moksha. The Mimamsa accepts the existence of the soul, distinct from the mind, body, and senses. The soul is the essence of human personality, and there is a plurality of souls. It is the agent in each action and experience, and the resting place of apurva, being eternal. It allows the reaping of actions, fruits in a future life. Still, Mimamsa doesn't aim at deconstructing the human person, and the physical body is no object of contempt, as it is an important instrument in pursuing dharma. Moreover, it approves of human volition as a positive force motivating one to pravritti, or action according to dharma. The Mimamsa thus represents a holistic human approach with its realistic grandstand and its humanistic and activistic ethics. It places the human being at the center of the universe while being deeply committed to human welfare. The centrality of human welfare serves as an impetus for the human being to control the world in order to fulfill his desires. And the instrument for achieving this is the Vedic sacrifice. Action has to be performed, as only then are the gods pleased when proper enjoyment is obtained for them. The natural forces in the world yield to the human wishes. The later commentators differ in the relations to the fulfillment of desires, whereas Kumarila holds that one should adhere to dharma as that would lead to happiness and exterminate sorrow. Prabhakar maintains that dharma should be followed for its own sake, without regarding possible gains or consequences. As such, the notion of ethics in Mimamsa is humanistic, realistic, active, and defined by adherence to dharma. Self-fulfillment is defined in terms of sacrifice, and it can be measured in terms of worldly success in this life and in the next. Thank you very much, and namaste.
Thank you, sir, for gracing our conference as a keynote speaker. Thank you for giving us enlightenment on presentation, dharma, halacha, ethics, social structure, and sacrificial ethos in Hinduism and Judaism. So viewers have also joined us. So this is our third international conference webinar with the Taj Foundation's Center of Academic, Professional and Development with the University of Ottawa. Ma'am, now we would like to invite the panelists for the plenary session. I will request Dr. Kamini Gogri, Conference Coordinator, to chair the plenary session. Ma'am, I request you to be on the board.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So, we begin our plenary session with our very first speaker, Dr. Anne Vallely. Now, to talk about Dr. Anne Vallely, I have endless things to tell about her since I share a very personal and a professional relationship with her since last 15 years. Dr. Anne Vallely's area of research is the field of anthropology of religion, focusing on South Asian religion, specifically that of Jainism. Her publications explore issues journey to the study of religion, including devotion, mysticism, death, grief, and healing, as well as ethical and spiritual interactions with the non-human world. She is currently the associate professor in the Department of Religious and Classic Studies, University of Ottawa. And her topic of today's presentation is Hubris and Humility, Reflections on Religion in the Contemporary Socio-Ecological Crisis. I welcome and request Dr. Anne Vallely to kindly share her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamini Gogri, Dr. Kamini Gogri. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Kosh Foundation for inviting me and Dr. Yadav and Dr. Gogri, also for involving the University of Ottawa. I'm very happy to be participating in this conversation at this particular another strange time that we find ourselves in. I think that it's precisely these kinds of conversations that we need right now. And I think we're poised on the edge of a major transformation. Out of these types of conversations, that a new vision of how to move forward will emerge. For my paper, I'm not going to speak about any particular religious tradition in relation to the environment. Instead, given our strange and particular moment that we find ourselves in, I decided to take a step back and reflect on some of the meta questions that might frame some of the more particular discussions about sustainable environment, or might even constitute their subtext. These are the questions before the questions, if you will. And in some ways, this feels like the most honest way for me to proceed, because I certainly don't know how to think concretely right now about a sustainable environment. Should any of us know right now? Let me share my screen. I just have a few images. This is going to work, and if it doesn't, that's fine too. I need to do this in the right order. Share content. Okay, I'm hoping that you're seeing just the screen and not all the messy desktop behind it. Okay, so our relationship with nature, with the world. Can you hear me okay? Well, let me know if you can. Somebody will flag me.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, great.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So our relationship with nature, with the world itself, has been altered so fundamentally. I want to quote from the psychologist philosopher Zachary Stein in a blog from just last month. He writes, quote, "History is unfolding in real time. This is it. We have arrived at the end of the world. Finally. Now we can start to build a new one. This is our chance to reshape ourselves as spiritual, scientific, and ethical beings." And I think that it's on this level that we need to be focused right now. We need to be exploring some of these fundamental questions. We need to be reflecting on human hubris and the need for humility. We don't know how this calamitous transformation of our society is going to unfold. We don't have a roadmap. We are in uncharted waters. And when all of these navigational metaphors abound right now, because it's all we have really to give expression to the state of liminality that we find ourselves in. Certainly the old order is gone, and we might say good riddance. We've known for a very long time that the old world order has been stretched, that it's been at break point, that it's not sustainable. And for those of us, certainly on this panel, who are committed to environmental issues, we have an opportunity to rethink it. And more importantly, perhaps to act with compassion and with sanity. What will come next depends much on what we do right now. We cannot simply seek to return. There is no returning or to pick up where we left off, even though I think there's going to be strong forces that are moving in that direction, and we're going to need to try to resist this. There is no returning. We need to think deeply, inclusively, collectively about what comes next. And questions about environmental sustainability must be front and center. But even here, right, we find that we stumble. The words that we use reveal a mindset that in many ways is complicit. The language of the environment gives us a sense of something that's surrounding us, right, that we're not quite part of. And that won't do. The alternative of nature is hardly any better. With nature, we juxtapose it with culture in this dualistic way, and we identify with culture, and we absent ourselves from nature, and that won't do either. The word animal, of course, is problematic because it glosses over great diversity of life in the service of differentiating that which ostensibly stands outside of it, in other words, us, the human. Jacques Derrida, the French philosopher, argues that actually labeling living beings animal is a kind of violence, he says, and tantamount to a crime. So the language that we use, the very building blocks of our thought process, are encoded with this dualist and speciesist bias that allows the anthropological, anthropocentric machine to continue. So we need to come out from under it, as we mean by environmental sustainability. The COVID crisis might actually be helping us along the way in this, as zoonotic diseases travel from one species to another, underscores our interdependence. It puts the lie to the idea that we are ontologically distinct. It also reminds us that we're not just minds or intellects, but we are flesh and blood, and we are vulnerable, sentient beings in the midst of vulnerable sentient. World's wisdom traditions all hold here. And it's a truth that we need to know, not just a sort of cerebral knowing, but on a deeper level that involves our emotions. I believe it must be ground zero of our deliberations about what a sustainable environment is as we try to remake the world. So in a sense, I think that I'm making a plea here for the humanities. We want to hear more voices from the humanities, from philosophy, from comparative mythology, from archetypal psychology, from history, from religious studies, as well as voices from religious spiritual leaders, because our current crisis is a moral crisis. And it calls for, it demands deep reflection about what it means to be human. Again, to quote Zachary Stein, we need more than, he says, we need more than epidemiology. We also need sociology. The world's crisis is a crisis of the soul. And the world's mytho-poetic traditions are powerful sources of insight. They provide us with a language and resources for thinking about calamity and suffering, about hubris and humility. there are certain realities that can only be communicated indirectly through metaphor. And this is the space that we find ourselves in right now. You know, we've been kicked out of the Garden of Eden. The flood is upon us. We're wandering in the desert. We are in the Kali. These mythopoetic traditions help us navigate vital passages in our lives. And crucially, and in radical from particular culture, they remind us of where we are in the arc of life. And they are not, again, contrary to consumer culture, they are not death denying. In all religious traditions, the dying process is treated as meaningful, even as a potential time for insight. We don't have, at least not in the West, we don't have a meaningful exit at the end of life because all of meaning is tied to self-actualization in the present, in the here and now, in the productive here and now. The true implications of our death-phobic civilization are only beginning to be recognized, but this needs to very much be part of the kind of societal reflections that we need to have. Death phobia is the core of our environmental short-sightedness. It's at the core of our obsession with productivity, our fear of aging, our infantilization of the elderly, the degradation of the biological, and our fantasies of the post-biological. But there's something paradoxical about what I'm saying here. On one hand, I'm making a case for the humanity, and yet it certainly can be argued that the very construct of the humanities contains within it that essentialist category of the human, right? That very source of our ecological malaise. In other words, the humanities certainly can reinforce the rationalization of anthropocentrism. And this argument, certainly in the context of religion, has been made for quite some time. It has been more than 50 years, in fact, since the historian and medievalist Lynn White wrote an article that gave birth, in many ways, that spawned the discipline of religion and ecology. And he identified religion's anthropocentrism as the root of our ecological crisis. And I quote a celebrated passage from him. He writes, "What people do about their ecology depends on what they think about themselves in relation to things around them. Human ecology is deeply conditioned by beliefs about our nature and destiny, that is, by religion." Lynn White unequivocally laid the blame for our ecological crisis at the feet of religious traditions, in particular Christianity, which he considered to be the most anthropocentric tradition the world has ever known. This became expanded to include Abrahamic traditions more generally. White was critical of the idea expressed in the Bible of humanity sharing in God's transcendence of nature. And in years since, the anthropocentrism of Dharma traditions, while left stark, has also come under critique. So White has contended that we continue to live in the context of these anthropocentric Christian axioms. And if we do not think or rethink these axioms, we won't survive as a species. His essay became a foundational text in the fledgling field of religion and ecology, as it did also in the philosophical movement of posthumanism. Posthumanism takes direct aim at human exceptionalism and at humanity's delusional conception of itself as a disembodied rational being presiding over or lording over nature. The view of human beings as superior to all other animals is a long-standing assumption of humanism, shared across the political spectrum, right and left. Humanism's indifference to the non-human life has rationalized animal subjugation for centuries. An important response to White's challenge came from within faith traditions themselves. Diverse traditions, again, across the religious spectrum, argue that White actually got it wrong, or he only had it partly right. They charged that the sacred teachings of the world actually evince a sacramental worldview, and one that is utterly incompatible with the prevailing instrumental rationality that now dominates consumer society that reduces nature and animals to mere commodities or resources. These traditions also argued that the teachings are fundamentally incompatible with the idea of human as a disembodied ego. These traditions have never seen humans as purely intellect. Teachings, in fact, sacred teachings, make no sense outside of the context of practice. All traditions have placed enormous weight on the ethical, as in fact we've just heard from Professor Theodore's presentation, both Judaism, of course, and Hinduism. The emphasis on right action, on Collateral, on Sharia, on Dharma, on the Tao, all insist that religiosity is a path to be walked, and not simply a set of propositional claims to be affirmed. Sacred traditions insist that ethical reflection ultimately derives from a body. Suffering is a prerequisite to solidarity and for engagement with life. So if religious teachings are not to blame for the rabid anthropocentrism and speciesism that characterizes our contemporary moment, they can be accused of being ineffective, of being impotent to challenge the industrial capitalist behavior. With the birth of modernity, there was little interest in distinguishing between profound wisdom teachings from superstitions and seemingly arcane rituals, and all were lumped together and dismissed, or replaced and flattened and fetishized and aligned with some kind of group identity rather than service tools of wisdom. One of the defining characteristics of modernity has been its rejection of a sacred worldview as superstition and as ignorant. And mainstream science, modernity's epistemological arm, shuns metaphysics in pursuit of truth within the physical, material reality. This has produced a society ill at ease and inarticulate when it comes to discussing existential matters. We're ill-equipped to respond to a crisis such as we have now that is total, at once medical, economic, and spiritual. And yet we're increasingly called upon to do just this. The pandemic that we're living through is making a case for the relevance of humanity. So just to conclude, the coronavirus has fundamentally changed our relationship to the world. It has brought into sharp relief the civilizational problems that we've been aware of for decades, and it has made urgent the need to dispense with the old anthropocentric mindset that underpins oppression, violence, species extinction, and the current global and social and ecological crisis. It has raised fundamental questions about our relationship with other animals and with nature, and about our place in the world. If we're lucky, it'll teach us something about hubris, about human arrogance that's at the center of this crisis, the same message that we've been hearing about the environmental crisis. Like Icarus, we've flown too close to the sun. If we're lucky, though, I'm not sure if it has anything to do with luck at all, this experience may foster humility about our role on the planet and the limits of our knowledge. We're in this liminal state, this liminal period, and like all liminal periods, it's insecure, it's even frightening. But it's also a time, like all liminal periods, of potential creativity and potential growth. Like the chrysalis, we're now in our cocoons, our self-isolation, our social isolation, something like a cocoon. Certainly we cannot go back, if we can't fit ourselves back into the caterpillar's body, and our culture, our society has been like that caterpillar, devouring everything in front of it. We can't go back, and how we go forward depends much on what we do now. And I think that conversations like this hopefully will help us move in the right direction. Thank you. I'm done here. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, you have to shut your screen down and you have to shut your screen down. You have to minimize your screen.
Better?
Yes. Okay. So I am extremely thankful to Dr. Anne Pilali, who brought out the very core questions of spirituality and human beings as spiritual beings and scientific beings. We need to reflect the spiritual side, that is a whole human ethical side, and also an obvious mind. Our consciousness, we are flesh and blood. We are not just constructs, but we are also ecological beings in the whole environment. So, thinking about our arrogance and looking at the current situations, how this virus has brought all of us down to our vulnerability. Now, taking the topics to our next speaker, I invite Sri Vasudevan Ji, who is the Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Research, Education and Training, Maharashtra Forest Department. He was the former head of Mangrove Cell in Mangrove Foundation. And this topic for today's presentation is Asia's environmental and sustainability challenges. Over to Sri Vasudevan Ji.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. The world is going through an extraordinary crisis. COVID-19 took the world by storm and caught us completely off guard. The sweeping devastation caused by it has demonstrated that the foundations of prosperity are precarious. In the months and years to come, governments across the globe are going to make enormously consequential decisions. How these decisions are going to impact our environment is anybody's guess. It is time to remind ourselves about our long-term agenda of environmental sustainability and prepare ourselves to influence a policy shift towards a greener world. Now, to talk about Asia's environmental and sustainability challenges in the short time that I have is truly a daunting task. Asia is not only the largest continent, but also one that occupies 30% of the Earth's land area, and it harbors 60% of the world's population. Its population density is 8 times higher than the global average. It is a biogeographically diverse continent surrounded by 3 oceans and enclosing the Himalayas, a part of Siberia, Gobi Desert, and many island nations in its fold. It has a vast seascape with a total coastline of 63,000 kilometers. Some of the world's largest and fastest growing economies, China, India, Japan, Indonesia, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, and Taiwan, they are all part of Asia. And if you take some of the wealthiest countries based on per capita income, there is Singapore, Brunei, and all those oil-rich nations in West Asia. But Asia is also the most disaster-prone region in the world. So it's a very complex agenda that we have in front of us. But let me break it down into 4 major categories for easy understanding. And they are, number 1, the unsustainable resource use. It is the ecosystem degradation and biodiversity loss. Third one is pollution and waste. And the fourth one is climate change. And in the first category, unsustainable resource use, I'm going to talk about increase in domestic material consumption, energy use, water stress. So increase in domestic material consumption. Domestic material consumption and resource intensity are 2 important yardsticks to measure the impact of economic development on environment. On both these counts, Asia does not fare very well. Domestic material consumption in Asia is double the world average. Asia is also the most resource-intensive region in the world. Resource intensity means resource used per dollar of GDP. This increased consumption and high resource intensity is due to rapid economic progress, expansion of manufacturing sector, and the changing consumption pattern of the emerging middle class. For example, the middle class is demanding more and more meat. And second thing I'm going to talk about is the water stress. Nearly all countries are experiencing water-related challenges. When I say water-related challenges, I mean access to water, depletion of water resources, sanitation issues, and disaster-induced problems. There is widespread issue of low availability and unsustainable withdrawals. Groundwater use is increasing every day, and it is expected to increase by 30% by 2050. And if you look at the breadbaskets of Asia, like the northern China and northwest India, there is severe water stress due to irrigation. These problems are compounded by outdated water supply systems, which we have been continuing from the colonial era and the monarchical era. And the situation is worsened by climate change and disasters. Although many countries in the region receive high rainfall, the infrastructure to harvest rainwater is still inadequate. Now, the second major category that I'm going to talk about is ecosystem degradation and biodiversity loss. It's a major concern. Asia is very rich in biodiversity. It is home to 12 of the 36 global biodiversity hotspots. 5 of the 17 mega-diverse countries are in Asia. For example, that's Madagascar, India, China, Malaysia, and Philippines. They're all mega-diverse countries. And Asia has more than half of world's mangroves. Indonesia alone has 25% of the world's mangroves. And although our corals are not as enormous as or extensive as the Great Barrier Reef, we still have the most diverse and endemic rich coral systems. The threats to biodiversity are obvious, the primary threat being deforestation. Some scientists say Asia has lost 2/3 of its original forests. Forests 3 times the size of Denmark was lost in the last 2 decades alone. Reason for forest losses, there are many. For example, there is timber extraction, pulp and fiber plantations, which are really becoming a major problem in many countries. And then biofuel and oil palm plantations in countries like Malaysia. Agriculture is a major threat to forestry. And shrimp farming in the coastal areas have consumed a lot of mangroves. Indonesia alone has lost 40% of its mangroves and much of its corals in the last 3 decades. Then there is the illegal wildlife trade, about which the previous speaker also touched upon. We have the Wuhan wet market, to which pangolins and other species are supplied from many parts of Southeast Asia. There is definite evidence that probably we got it from bats, from pangolins, from bats, and from the. There is also the highest decline in red list index. For example, when a species moves from near threatened to vulnerable to endangered to critically endangered to extinct, that decline is also the highest in the world, in Asia. And we are committed to the Aichi targets, biodiversity targets, and as part of the Aichi target 11, we are committed to increase our protected area network by 10% in the terrestrial environment and 17% in the marine. But that increase is still very, very inadequate. And many of the Asian countries are major fishing areas. And through trawling and destructive fishing practices, there is tremendous overexploitation of stock, juvenile catch, and also there has been collapse of some fisheries. So these are major threats as far as biodiversity is concerned. Now, the third major category which I wanted to talk about is pollution and waste. We talk about untreated wastewater, increasing solid waste, air pollution, and finally, food waste. Untreated wastewater is a common feature of most Asian countries. The situation is alarming in coastal zones of South and Southeast Asia, in countries like Pakistan and Armenia, just two examples, more than 80% of water goes untreated. Probably one rare exception is Singapore, where almost 23% of the wastewater is treated and used for drinking. So our inability to deal with human waste results in contaminated water supplies and prevalence of many waterborne pathogens. Another huge problem is solid waste. Now, this great accumulation of solid waste is the result of hugely wasteful take, make, dispose, extractive industrial model. Majority of Asian towns and cities use open dump sites, and only 10% of solid waste ends up in properly engineered and managed landfill sites. So billions of tons of solid waste is generated every year, and only 9% of that is recycled. Add to that the fact that 1 million ton of hazardous waste is generated daily in the Asia Pacific region. And then you have e-waste. Close to 20 million tons of e-waste is generated in Asia every year. Highest, of course, is in China. No prize for guessing that. This solid waste management is a huge drain on municipal budget. It consumes up to 50% of the budget in many developing countries. And it is also a huge threat to the marine biodiversity. 95% of the plastic in the oceans of the world is transported by 10 major rivers. And interestingly, 8 of them are in Asia. Plastic is the most common type of marine litter. Most of it comes from land sources. It is ingested by fish, seabirds, and marine mammals. They become microplastics in the sea, and it is consumed by all kinds of animals. And through fish, it also enters the human diet and poses a health hazard, which is rather underexplored. But now, since the arrival of the all-encompassing pandemic, we have a new problem. Masks and sanitizer bottles, which almost everyone is utilizing and throwing into the ecosystem. But among all these different types of pollution, I reckon that air pollution is the most lethal environmental health, at least in many countries it is. It is intensified by increased energy consumption and inefficient energy technologies in households and industrial processes. Western Asia and Central and Southern Asia recorded the highest concentrations of particulate matter, PM 2.5. There is an alarming report coming from China that air pollution has contributed to 1.2 million to 2 million deaths per year. That is far more than the mortality caused by COVID. Apparently, human brain tends to register sudden onset disasters more than the slow onset ones like the health impacts of climate change. We are also masters of food waste. We have a most dismal record in the world as far as wasting food is concerned. Take just 3 countries, China, Japan, and South Korea. They contribute to 28% of the global food loss. And add to that another 23% from South and Southeast Asia. You have nearly accounted for, or more than accounted for, half of global food loss. In low-income countries where rice is the dominant crop, there is the issue of post-harvest handling and storage that results in high food losses. Can we really afford to have that kind of heavy food losses? And finally, in my 4 broad categories, I come to climate change. Asia contributes significantly to the greenhouse gas emissions and is also highly vulnerable to its impact. There are 3 major issues here. One is the continuing rise in greenhouse gas emissions. Second is the inadequate share of renewables in the energy mix. And third, the increase in impacts from climate change. Energy sector is the biggest emitter in Asia. Coal combustion has been the main source of carbon dioxide. Almost half of coal-fired power plants are in China. Other significant sources are agriculture and land use change. Rice cultivation, for example, leads to methane and nitrous oxide release, deforestation. same. But in agriculture, you have to add the enteric fermentation of ruminant cattle and application of synthetic fertilizers, which are serious problems. If you take Southeast Asia, then neither agriculture nor coal-fired power plants are the issue. It is deforestation on a very large scale, which is the main source of greenhouse gas emissions. There have been many predictions about climate change. The climate change is projected to increase the frequency and magnitude of hazards, including tropical cyclones, high-intensity storms, droughts, and floods. I've already said that Asia is the most disaster-prone region in the world. And with increasing climate change, the of these hazards are going to be much worse than what we can imagine. Under a business as usual scenario, mean temperature could increase to 6 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial levels by end of 21st century. Remember, we are trying to bring it to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. And sea level in the business as usual scenario is expected to rise by 1.4 meter. And Paris Agreement talks about 0.65 meter. Now, this kind of sea level rise could drown many coastal towns and cities and islands, including the place I'm speaking from. Climate change can strongly exacerbate the levels of water stress in the region. High temperature, reduced soil moisture, which combined with high wind speed can trigger dust storms in many parts of Asia, particularly Central Asia, East Asia, and West Asia. The impacts of climate change can be summarized like this. It leads to alterations to the hydrological system, lower crop yields, threat to food security, species extinction, and it leads to natural disasters, as I've already said, which will take away the human life and build infrastructure. Then there is the issue of public health crisis. For example, vector-borne diseases are bound to increase, and there is likelihood of increased conflict and migration. There is expected lowering of the economic productivity, and overall it will be a great drain on the exchequer. South Asia alone needs to spend $40 billion by year 2050 on adaptation measures. Now we are in the COVID world, and we are approaching the post-COVID world. No discussion can be complete without a reference to the COVID. So there are a few bright spots as far as environment is concerned in the post-COVID world. There is increasing awareness about the connection between biodiversity and health. The previous speaker spoke about the zoonotic diseases. And then there is the negative impact man has had on the environment, the awareness about the negative impact man has had on the environment. Because people are seeing the clean air, clean water, and return of wildlife. Many of us feel that humankind has been the virus all along. Now, another bright spot is that in 2020, the demand for coal dropped by 8% and oil by 5% compared to the previous year. And overall emission level of 2020 is expected to drop down to 2010 levels. So we are going back by a decade. It is still not enough to reach the Paris Agreement goals, but one can say we are crossing a psychological barrier. Even before the pandemic, there were some the silver linings on the air. There was considerable reduction in the cost of renewables, far below the new fossil fuel plants. It's a very heartening thing. And then electric vehicles were poised for the mass markets, and that would have replaced a lot of oil consumption. More people now may work from home, business travels will decline, and emissions due to commutation is expected to come down. This may be 8 to 10% of emission level reduction. In spite of all these positives, what is most worrying is that in our eagerness to put economies back on track, there is the risk that environmental issues may be put to the back burner. Almost all governments are going to announce fiscal rescue and recovery packages, and some governments have already announced it, including our own. So there are positives, there are negatives. If you make actually a comparison between COVID and climate change, they are unrelated, of course, but they appear to be interconnected. For example, both COVID-19 and climate change are existential challenges to the human race. Neither the pandemic nor climate change respect country borders. Both demand massive international collaboration, and both affect those on the margins more. They are the ones who confront what Thoreau called the vast, titanic, inhuman nature. The difference is that the pandemic came in a flash and destroyed the life and livelihoods of people. Harm from climate change will be slower, but more massive and longer lasting. So in the end, we have to discuss what we can do about it. Let us look at some of the things we can do to keep environment in the forefront of our future. Remember, we still have to worry about flattening the other part of climate change. First and most obvious thing is conserve our natural resources and biodiversity. Special attention should be given to peatland, forests, mangroves, salt marshes, seagrasses, wetlands, coastal ecosystems, which are all huge carbon sinks. And people have to influence government policies to increase the protected area network, to approach the Aichi target levels. And we have to pursue policies, or we have to persuade government to pursue policies to increase the share of renewables in the energy sector. And in agriculture, we have to try to promote sustainable agriculture by using micro-irrigation, improved tillage methods, and sustainable agriculture mechanization. And we must initiate measures aimed at reversing unsustainable production and consumption patterns. There should be better technologies for waste treatment, more scientific solid waste management, measures to reduce food waste, etc. This will also require massive attitudinal change, because if you want to reduce the greed and if you want to have a more positive attitude towards nature, it all has to come from within. Some people have been advocating the introduction of ecosystem services, payment for ecosystem services, and carbon price. This is to disincentivize unsustainable practices and to find resources for environmental conservation. So in the end, one can say that this all amounts to decoupling economic development from environmental degradation. Thankfully, after the COVID experience, governments can do that at a much lower social, economic, and political cost, and there is a more attentive audience. So in conclusion, I would like to say the following. If you take a leaf from the pandemic, what was in case of people who had comorbid conditions? It is important to stay healthy, to fight against a virus for which there is no cure. Extrapolating this to nations, we have to stay healthy in our fight against the slow onset disaster called climate change. Staying healthy in this context means showing more concern for nature, reducing waste and greed, recycling, and generally adopting green technologies. It will also involve better governance from the governments. So through our voices, we have to persuade our governments to steer development into a more inclusive and environmentally responsible path. In other words, the question before us is, can the pandemic become a catalyst for a breakthrough environment? Thank you.
Issues in front of us. how humans have become very aggressive in nature, egoistic in nature, and that's how we are suffering what we are suffering. We think we are over and above nature. I remember one of my teachers was said that in around 1800s, or when the Industrial Revolution took place, the cities or the villages and the towns where they used to see the smoke was they were feeling very happy about it. But now when we see smoke coming out, we are feeling very sad about it. So how we have reversed our positions, and we need to rethink and self-decide what are we doing to nature, what are we doing to ourselves. So thank you, Constantine, for your presentation.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now we move on to our next speaker, Dr. Avkash Yadav. Dr. Avkash Yadav is the Associate Professor of History in St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, a gold medalist in BA. He has done PG Diploma in Human Rights and Counseling. He is affiliated with various scholarships also. He was nominated counselor in 2012 and 2017, and also had the best nominated counselor rank among the best nominated counselor also. He has 27 research articles published in national and international journals, and has also got the major research project from ICHR. Kash Foundation is a brainchild of Professor Avkash Yadav, and also he is the director of the Center for Academic and Professional Development. I invite Avkash Yadav for this presentation on the extinction of human value and its collateral damages on environment. Over to Avkash Yadav.
Thank you, Kamini. Thank you for that introduction. Once again, good afternoon to all of you on this third international conference on Colossal and Collateral Challenges for Sustainable Environment, what we are looking at. I remember distinctly as a child, I would try to interact with my batchmates and my playmates, and they would always ask me, where are you going to go in this vacation? And I would always tell them that I would go to my grandmother's place, and they would inquire with me, what exactly you would do there? You are going back to village. What exactly you do there? So I always had a small answer to them. I said, I am going to go and refresh myself. I would like to start my presentation with a quote from Atharva Veda, Mata Bhumi Putra Prithviya. That means, Earth is my mother. I am her son. Similarly, Albert Einstein had also stated that if the bee disappears from the surface of the earth, man would have no more than 4 years to live. And I think we should know that if we underestimate environment, in that case, we should try to, and we look at economy as a primary essential component of our survival, then we should hold our breath when we count our money, and we'll see how long we can hold our breath for that matter. I begin my presentation with the format that, do we really have extinction of values or other human values? And are we really struggling to revive, to revitalize, or for that matter, to regenerate these old values in the new format? The learning process, in fact, is a four-way process. We learn in the formal way, we learn in non-formal way, for that matter. We also learn in informal way, and we also learn in the self-directed. It was taking the clue from here that we realized that our environment equally needs protection, and environmental education should also be an integral part for our education or educating the young minds. That's the reason why in 1972, in the Stockholm Conference, we have the recommendation from UNESCO when they developed and launched the International Environmental Education Program in 1977. And it was rather to integrate the school into more public awareness activities towards the ecosystem. Now, when we look at this entire process of environmental, come to this newly promoting awareness through the process of environmental ethics. Rachel Carson, an environmentalist who in fact led this entire movement, rather led the philosophers to look at the environmental problems into the philosophical and the ethical, with the environmental and ethical components. It was the movement which in fact tried to advocate that environmental ethics, which is integrated into environmental philosophy, which actually studies ethical relationship between human beings and the environment. Now, with this, we also have to understand why did we have the necessity of having environmental ethics. One said, nature has made all things specifically for the sake of man, which means non-human beings only have an instrumental value. They are meant only to serve as instruments for human beings. And when we look at it from the anthropocentric point of view, which emphasizes or primarily focuses on human beings, it says the use of other living elements in nature by humans is only right. That means causing them harm or destroying them, any kind of a wrong thing, should affect our life indirectly. So we should not engage in any kind of a harm or any kind of a damage. Similarly, if you fell the trees eventually would cause loss of food sources for human. So we should not fell the trees. Now, if you look at this entire approach, nowhere environment was integrated, okay, as a part of our ecosystem. We similarly have another scholar, Aldo Leopold, an American author, scientist, anthropologist, environmentalist, ecologist, as well as conservationist, who promoted ecocentric ways. Ecocentrism deems the whole ecosystem as important as opposed to anthropocentrism that believes humans to be the most important in the universe. According to ecocentrism, there are no existential differences between the human and non-human entities in nature, which means humans are not more valuable than any other component of the environment. Humans, as well as plants, animals, and other constituents of nature, have an inherent value. On the similar line, we also have theologian and environmental philosopher Holmes Rolston, who said, protection of species is our moral responsibility, as they have an intrinsic value. In his view, the loss of species spells disrespect to nature's process of speciation. According to him, biological processes deserve respect. Thus, any action that translates into disregard for the environment is unethical. Another environmentalist, Warwick Fox, he also advocated that the field of environmental ethics is not limited to realizing our moral obligations towards the environment. It is about realizing what he calls ecological consciousness, which is rather more self-accountability. Some may think that the principles of deep ecology are not sufficient to address environmental issues, but advocates of this ideology believes that once a state of environmental consciousness is attained, humans will feel obligated to protect the environment. In short, we can leave open what metaphysics ultimately underlies a cosmos. But for an environmental ethics, at least, we will need an earthbound metaphysics, meta-ecology. Rather, it is quite surprising that it took 1972's Stockholm conference for us to realize that we are not the only living component on planet Earth, and you also have similarly flora and fauna. Now, taking the clue back to Indian philosophy. Now, these are latest debates, these are latest advocacies which we've been discussing. But we have all these advocacies deep-rooted in our ancient Indian philosophy, or rather in our value-based system, where we call it as a human values. According to Indian philosophy, as you know, our entire composition of cosmos is composed of 5 elements: Akasha, that is sky; Vayu, this air; fire or energy, that is Agni; Jala, that is water; and Prithvi, this soil. Now here, when we look at it, our inherent values or day-to-day activities also have the promotion of nature worship. It could be even offering water to sun god. It could be offering water to Tulsi plant for that matter, or rather having fire, okay, during our yagyas or doing our ceremonial practices. Now, all these parts, all these rituals and practices somewhere made us look at nature with gratitude. Rather, we had to understand that we exist with nature and nature does not exist with us. So there is no reasoning that we have to coexist. We had to actually understand that we had to adapt to the natural surrounding. The way we are looking our environment today, the ecosystem today, in fact, we have tried to exploit, and we have tried to in a way manipulate the surrounding and the ecosystem to suit our requirements and our need. We also have the concept of social forestry, or as well as the concept of preservation of forests in ancient times. we divided our forest into three categories called Mahavana, Tapovana, and Shrivana. Now, what were primarily Mahavana? Mahavana were the forests which were dense in nature. These forests were not inhabited by human beings. They were only open and left for the wild animals to breed, to survive, to move carelessly, to move carefree, and rather it was more to look at this entire Mahavana as a area which would somewhere prepare a small peripheral boundary towards the residential areas. We also have reference of Tapovana, which is sometimes closer to the other vana, which is the Shrivana. The Tapovana was primarily used for the spiritual pursuits. These tapovanas also had a systematic, at times, or deliberate plantation of medicinal herbs or certain fruits and flowers. And these tapovanas always offered solace to people in their fourth purusharthas or in the fourth ashramas, rather, for that matter. We also have the concept of Shrivanas. See, Shrivanas is nothing else but the advocacy of social forestry. They were always close to the inhabitation. And these Shrivanas were protected by the villagers or it was protected by the people who reside around this Shrivanas as such. Now, when we look at Prithvi Sukta also, we look at Prithvi Sukta very strongly emphasizing that Mother Earth is the originator and of all human beings and flora and fauna, and it treats everyone with equality. That means if it treats everyone with equality, we all have to also exist and do not harm each other for that matter, or rather there should be minimum harm to the ones with whom we are coexisting. We also have references in Sankhya philosophy about Prakriti. Prakriti is the root cause of all objects. That is, nature has in fact led to the genesis of our existence, and nature should be respected and offered the gratitude. So, in short, if you go to see our ancient value system, very strongly believed, in fact, it was a very strong saying. I remember hearing this from my grandmother that a house without any tree is considered a house without a child, or the home without a child for that matter. So, they were integrated and imbibed in our value system. Now, when we move towards Jainism as well, we have advocacies of ahimsa to be practiced by all the followers there. Now, ahimsa was not only towards your fellow being, but ahimsa also towards flora and fauna. We have references of ahimsa in the form of a bandha that is not to in any manner cause harm to any animal. You should not tie the animal in any manner. Rather, you should not take away the animal's freedom for that matter. We also have reference of atibhara, that is, one should not overload the animal. That means if it cannot bear the burden, it should not be overloaded, okay, for your convenience and for your comfort for that matter. We also have reference in Jainism where strongly it was advocated that you should not disturb the animal when they are in their feeding and the breeding season. Now, when we come to Buddhism, Buddhism also was one philosophy which strongly advocated a very non-violent ecological pattern, where compassion was the primary focus, and it strongly stated again that we should not engage in any kind of a harm or any kind of a killing towards our natural environment as such. We have references where even monks were also asked to limit their consumption of resources. That is, only have as much as you require. As Mahatma Gandhi had said rightly once, he said, nature has enough for man's need, but not for man's greed. So, in similar manner, Buddhism also emphasized that you should only take that much how much you require rather than having excess, because when you have access, you deprive others of the same sources and resources as such. So, your requirement from nature or your takeaway from nature should be only as per what you want, not what you want to hold and store for that matter. Now, if you look at Buddhism also, we have the reference of karuna, compassion. Compassion, not just towards fellow beings, but also compassion towards flora and fauna as well. So if you generate compassion, definitely it will become part of your inherent value and looking at your entire ecosystem. Buddhism and Jainism very closely come towards samatha. Samatha, that is treating all creatures, lower or higher, as equals. Now, this samatha again is not to be practiced and emphasized only to mankind and human race. It is also to the ecosystem or to the environment around as such. I think what our human values, in fact, which were imbibed or which we inherited from the ancient discourses, are somewhere lost today. We need to also understand that our existence, for that matter, is rather more it depends more on how we treat our environment, how we take care of environment, how we address the environmental issues today. By celebrating 5th June every year, we cannot just increase our awareness for saving Mother Nature, but I think each day should be celebrated as the Vasundhara Day. Because when we breathe, when we inhale, when we exhale, it is nothing else but gratitude to our environment. I would like to conclude with a sloka. It says, Loka Samasta Sukhona Bhavantu. That is, let the entire world be happy. And that goes for all, for mankind as well as for flora and fauna. Thank you for allowing me to do my presentation here. And I once again thank the chairperson, okay, for their opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Avkash Yadav, for your paper where you really brought out the core values of system which is not fit today. I remember just recently I saw the movie, The Lion King. I'm sure many of you must have seen this movie. The king of the jungle, the lion takes his cub Simba around around his kingdom, and he's showing that, and he's telling him that wherever the sunshine falls, that kingdom is his. So the cub is really happy that over a period of time, when he grows, he is going to be the master and the king of all the places till the sunshine goes. So so he asked his father, everything will be mine. I'm going to rule over this, and I can do whatever I want. So his father is a very wise person. His king, the lion, he only tells him one sentence: the responsibility of the king is much greater. You are not the owner of this kingdom. You have to understand the balance. You have to only take what is required. So this Lion King movie beautifully, brings out how the nature is a delicate balance. The owners of human beings, who we say that we are rational beings, and rationality is not about ruling. Rationality is converting our knowledge to wisdom, and that wisdom is understanding the delicate balance of our nature. So, thank you, all the three presenters, for all the wonderful presentations and bringing out the sensitive topic of nature. And over to Megha.
Thank you to all the panelist speakers, Dr. Anne Vallely, N. Vasudevan, and Dr. Avkash Yadav. The viewers who have joined us late, so this is our third international conference of Kash Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development and University of Ottawa. Now we will move on the technical session. The chairperson of the technical session of the third international conference is Dr. Luisa Rodriguez, is the professor and head in the Department of History, Nam Narayan Ruya Autonomous College, Mumbai. She has also guided most of the students of University of Mumbai in PhD. Ma'am, please come on the board.
I'll come.
So our first paper presenter is Amit Tiwari. His title is Sensitivity to Sustainability.
Yeah. Can I make an opening remarks here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. At the outset, I would like to thank Kash Foundation and Ottawa University, Canada, where they have given me this privilege of chairing this technical session. And in the wake of pandemic coronavirus, one realizes the importance of and how important the environment is to all of us, because coronavirus, the first thing that it attacks is lungs. So trees becomes equally relevant and important, but unfortunately, what happens today, what has been happening over the period of time historically is that colonial rulers as well as the post-colonial governments are largely responsible for deforestation and for disturbing our ecological balance. So one needs to look at look at environmental crisis, which has become a matter of great concern today in the wake of natural disasters globally. And in India, recently, just recently, you have West Bengal and Orissa being a victim of this global crisis. Ecological crisis therefore need to be looked from a historical distance. There is much to learn where we can avoid mistakes of the predecessors and improve strategies to guide future reform efforts. We need to consider the possibility of the communal control over natural resources combined with a sustainable exploitation pattern. Ecological crisis has even affected the biodiversity, and as a result of the monocultural plantation, which has been the phenomena when it came to colonial government as well as the post-colonial governments in India is concerned. And therefore, we do find that very little where do we see sparrows today. So we have very interesting papers at this particular technical session. And I welcome all the participants to this technical session. The first paper I welcome is Amit Tiwari. He will be presenting on sensitivity to sustainability.
Yes. Yeah. Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Good evening, everyone. And first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present myself on this big platform. Right. So my topic is like sensitivity to sensibility. So I would share my topic first. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm audible. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. I'm starting my topic with sensitivity to sustainability. So to understand the sensitivity, first I would talk about the exploitation. So from where I'll move to the sensitivity, because as a human race we have exploited so much, or we are in a words of exploiting everything which is surrounding of us and which is around us. So first of all, like as a human, we are conditioned by two things. Like there is a physical conditioning and there is a social conditioning. So physical conditioning is like which is related to our body, so the needs of our body, and the social conditioning which is like the things which have been taught from the society, from our family, or from the schools and colleges about our growth, about our economic growth, about the competition in life. So everything that has been quoted around us, which has led us not only to the learning of these things, but also the security of fear. like we talk about our goals or comparisons or competitions which generates insecurity and fear in us. So what is the insecurity and fear? The insecurity and fear is to establish ourselves as a person into the society. So there is a physical conditioning or physical fear. We born by default by that, right? But when it comes to the social fear, we are not born with that. We have been taught or we have been conditioned of that. So the insecurity and fear leads us to exploitation of the biosphere, which is around us, right? Because if person is driven by fear, and if I am talking about the person is driven by fear, so I would say most of the human race is driven by fear because the center of the human race or center of the person is ego. And when the center of person is ego, then ego is always quoted by the fear because a person want to establish or sustain himself into the society, and which leads us to the natural exploitation of natural resources. So even most of the speakers have talked about the exploitation of natural resources, and also there were a sir who talked about the overconsumption. So I would quote here about the consumption, like overconsumption. And into the overconsumption, I would especially talk about the eating behavior of the person, especially in the meat and dairy products. So if I talk about the water footprint of the meat, so 1 kg meat requires 15,500 liters of water footprint, which includes like 550 liter of the drinking and servicing, which is directly usage, and the 1300 kilogram of grain and 7200 kilogram of pastures, dry hay, and other roughage. So if you add up everything, then it comes like 15,500 liter water footprint for to produce 1 kg meat. And when we talk about the grain, so it takes like 550 liter to 4,000 liter of water footprint, which is much lesser side. But if we see in the world, like day by day, or you can say year by year, the use of dairy product and the use of meat is increasing. So I'll show that here. Yeah. So where the dairy and meat industry is related. So if I talk about India, so India is world's largest producer and consumer of milk. India produced approximately 175 billion liter of milk, which is twice of US, the second biggest milk producing nation have produced, and which is like 26% of world consumption. So, and India is the fifth biggest exporter of beef with $3.2 billion, which is 6% of total world export, right? So, if you see the meat industry and the dairy industry, which is interrelated, because the more consumption of dairy will lead to the more breeding of the animals, and more breeding of the animals will lead to more elimination of the animals because it is directly related to the profit and loss. So once the particular animal have stopped giving or producing milk, obviously there would be no choice for the owner to eliminate or to send that animal to the butcheries. So it is right correlated thing. So it is not about only eating the meat. It is also about consumption of the dairy. So the more and more we are consuming the dairy products, it means more and more we are helping to boost the meat industry. So if you can see the both pictures, like how we are treating, like how they are being treated. See, these two pictures are no different. One is from the butchery and one is from the dairy. So if you see the condition how they are put in, so they are not being treated as an animal or as a living being, but they are treated as a product. So when we try to treat anybody or any animal or any bird or nature as a product, then by default there are going to be a consequence of that. So yeah. So how to make people more sensitive? So because I have less time, so I have not able to include many things. So I would come to directly to the sensitivity. So we have seen the exploitation part. Now here, how to make people more sensitive? So one is like from the knowledge, and second is like from the realization. In knowledge, like we can include the facts and figures. So for example, if we talk about like 31 gram of protein, we can found it in 1 cup of soya milk. And the same gram of protein we can found it in the 128 gram of turkey burger. So if person is consuming the turkey burger, we can make him or understand, like rather consuming this, you can consume if 1 cup of soya milk, then you can have also the 31 gram of the protein, right? So this is a knowledge side, and also we have to make the people understand the impact of it. Like if you are having this 1 cup of soya milk, there would be less water footprint rather than having the turkey burger. And also obviously the observation and alternatives, like in the same example there is an alternative, right? The turkey burger alternative to soya milk can be. So obviously a person must be equipped with the knowledge and the alternative. If you are leaving this, then what you are going to have. This is the knowledge side, and the second side is the realization. Like obviously there must be a spirituality in every person, because day by day the economic growth are happening and the overconsumption we are going, and the more competitive we are being, we are losing our spiritual side, which is knowing about ourselves, because our mind is being extrovert more rather being to introvert. And when I'm talking about the introvert, means it, going towards the center, and going towards the center means finding yourself. When you find yourself, you will be more compassionate. You have more gratitude towards the nature and towards the animal or towards the bird and everything created by the God or nature. And obviously there is no replacement of love. So when we have everything, then obviously we would generate love in us. And when there is a love, there would be a sensitivity towards everything in the biosphere which we have. And when we have a love of everything, anything, we are not going to over consume. Even we are having a dairy product, we are not able to live. But if we are having a 10 things of dairy product, we will have a one. Yeah, okay, it is okay to have a one for the timing we are not able to live completely, but we are not going to have a 10 things. At least leave things for other people or other creature of nature as well. So this was from my side. I will end this with one self-written poem, which is like Prakriti Ki Good. तो इट इज लाइक, आए हो प्रकृति के गोद में तो अपनाओगी, अपनी चमचमाती दुनिया को थोड़ी देर भूल जाओ अभी। देखो यहाँ पहाड़ है, पेड़ है, हरियाली है, बादल है, सुहाना मौसम है, सब के सब तुम्हें अपना एहसास दिला रहे हैं, बिना कुछ कहे, बिना शोर किए। तुम अब भी उतनी ही बहस और बात कर रहे हो जितना रोज करते हो। थोड़ा शांत होकर सभी से एक हो जाने की कोशिश करो। फिर देखो बादल तुम्हें कैसे सैर कराता है, हवा तुम्हें कैसे पहाड़ों से भी ऊपर ले जाती है, पेड़ तुम्हें कैसे झुमाता है, चिड़िया तुम्हें संगीत सुनाती है। बस शांत बैठो अकेले, इन्हें निहारो, मुक्त छोड़ दो स्वयं को, फिर देखो कैसे आकाश में। थैंक यू फ्रॉम माय साइड।
Thank you so much, sir, for presenting this paper. Now I would like to call upon the board or our second speaker, Dr. Dhanaram UK. He's an assistant professor history. His topic is impact of development on Bharatiya tribe of Patlak of region. Sir, I would like you to start with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Megha Patelji. Respected chairperson, greetings from my side. And first of all, I would like to congratulate and thank CAST Foundation Mumbai for organizing such a wonderful international conference and giving me opportunity to present the paper. Here I am with my research paper, Impact of Development on Bharatiya Tribe of Patalkot region in special context to forest product of livelihood. I would like to share my slides. आज इस पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन में मैं जो बात करने जा रहा हूँ आगे वो जो डेवलपमेंट है वह सिर्फ इन्वायरमेंट और उसको ही प्रभावित नहीं करता है, बल्कि समाज को भी प्रभावित करता है। और इस तरह के एक जनजाति है भारिया जनजाति, जो कि मध्य प्रदेश के छिंदवाड़ा जिले के पातालकोट में रहती है और काफ़ी प्रिमिटिव ट्राइब है, जिसके विकास के लिए स्पेशल भारिया विकास प्राधिकरण बना हुआ है और इसके लिए काफ़ी प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन एक जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है उसका वहाँ के इन्वायरमेंट पर काफ़ी प्रभाव पड़ रहा है, जनजाति पर भी काफ़ी प्रभाव पड़ रहा है। तो ये एक दुविधापूर्ण है कि हम जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ते हैं तो डेवलपमेंट एक नेचुरल प्रोसेस है, लेकिन उसके साथ जो प्रिमिटिव ट्राइब्स हैं उनके कल्चर, उनका जो ट्रेडिशनल वे ऑफ लिविंग है या इकोनॉमी है वो भी डिस्ट्रॉय होती है। उसी पर मैंने प्रकाश डाला है। और नेक्स्ट जो है किस तरह की भारिया जनजाति का जीवन निर्वाह पद्धति है, उनकी प्राकृतिक संरचना पर निर्भरता और पातालकोट में विकास के कार्य, आत्मनिर्भर अर्थव्यवस्था का पतन और निष्कर्ष, इन सब बिंदुओं पर हम बात करेंगे। और ये पातालकोट की प्राकृतिक संरचना ऐसी है, सच अ ब्यूटीफुल प्लेस इन MP and it is famous worldwide. Lot of people come here for पिकनिक और अदर रीजन। तो ये जो पातालकोट है एक गहरा एरिया है, जहाँ की जो संरचना है 1200 से लेकर 1500 फुट गहराई लिए हुए है। ये टोटल एरिया इसका जो है 79 वर्ग किलोमीटर फैला हुआ है। समुद्र तल से 2750 से 3250 फुट की ऊंचाई पर स्थित है। इसकी गहराई में 12 ग्राम बसे हुए हैं, जिसमें भारिया जनजाति निवास करती है। यह स्थान चारों ओर सतपुड़ा पर्वत की परतदार ऊंची किरणनुमा श्रृंखला से घिरा हुआ है। ये जो क्षेत्र है काफ़ी लंबे समय से भारिया जनजाति यहाँ पर निवासरत है और यहाँ पर 12 ग्राम बसे हुए हैं। कहने के लिए 12 विलेजेस हैं, लेकिन इनकी जो टोटल पॉपुलेशन है वो महज समथिंग 2000 पीपल है। और जब हम ऊंची पहाड़ी से हम इसका देखते हैं पातालकोट के अंदर का सीन, तो इसका जो हाउसेस हैं वो मैचबॉक्स के जैसे दिखाई पड़ते हैं, छोटे छोटे। तो यहाँ पर रहने वाले जो लोग हैं वो आत्मनिर्भर संस्कृति या आर्थिक उसका पालन करते हैं। और यहाँ का जो कल्चर है या फिर समाज है वह है सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट है, और जो भी इकोनॉमिक गतिविधियां हैं या फिर सोशल गतिविधियां हैं वो यहाँ के अंदर के लोगों के द्वारा एक दूसरे की हेल्प करके संचालित की जाती है। चाहे उनके खाने के लिए वस्तुएं हों या फिर खेती के लिए वस्तुएं हों, वो सभी का अरेंजमेंट एक दूसरे की हेल्प से इन लोगों के द्वारा कर लिया जाता है। और इस प्रकार यहाँ की जो गतिविधि है, इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी है, वो मुख्यतः है पशुपालन और कृषि पर डिपेंड है। पशुपालन में 3 पशुओं पर विशेष ध्यान दिया जाता है: बैल, बकरी और मुर्गी पालन। बैल या ऑक्स का जो इम्पोर्टेंस है इनके जीवन में वह है खेती करने के लिए है, और खेती में बराबर इसका उपयोग किया जाता है, इसलिए ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस है। बकरी भी एक प्रकार से आर्थिक मदद करती है इनको, और मुर्गी जो पाला जाता है हैन कॉक, वो इनके आर्थिक उपार्जन के साथ साथ रिलीजियस पर्पस से भी फायदेमंद है। जब भी इनको अपने देवी देवताओं को प्रसन्न करना होता है या किसी तरह की पूजा पाठ करनी होती है, तो अक्सर रिलीजियस फंक्शन में जो गॉड बकरी है या हैन है उसका बलि देना पड़ता है। इस प्रकार यहाँ का जो सामाजिक और आर्थिक ढांचा है वो सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट वाला है। भारिया जनजाति मुख्यतः नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज पर डिपेंडेंट है, और अपने जो जीवन को यापन करने के लिए उनके द्वारा जीवन निर्वाह हेतु जो कुछ नेचुरल चीज़ें हैं जैसे कि आम, इमली, महुआ, बेर, जामुन, ये तो फ्रूट्स हैं, इनका इम्पोर्टेंस उनके लाइफ में सेल्फ कंजम्पशन के लिए है। जैसे कि आम है, मैंगो, इसको कच्चा रहता तब भी ये उसकी चटनी बना करके उपयोग करते हैं, और उसके बाद जब पक जाता तो उसके रस का उपयोग करते हैं, और उसके बाद जब उसके अंदर की गुठली निकल जाती है तो उसका जो हार्ड भाग है उसको निकाल करके उसकी गोही कहा जाता है, जिसको अंदर का जो निकल जाता है उसे इकट्ठा करके एक पोटली बना करके बारिश में बाहर रख दिया जाता है, और पानी में जब वो भीग जाता है तो उसका जो कड़वापन निकल जाता है गुठली का, तो उसको फिर पीस करके बाद में इसकी रोटी बना करके भी खाया जाता है। तो इस प्रकार आम जो है इनका होम कंजम्पशन की एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है। इमली का भी कंजम्पशन खुद के लिए करते हैं, इनके रस बना करके रोटी इसके साथ खाया जाता है। महुआ इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट फूड इन देयर लाइफ। महुआ से शराब भी बनाई जाती है जो उनके रिलीजियस फंक्शन में और बाकी समय में बराबर ली जाती है। उसके बाद महुआ को सुखा करके एम आई ऑडिबल? आवाज आ रही मेरी मैम?
यस यस यस।
महुआ जो है उसको शराब बनाने का काम आता है। दूसरा, उसको सुखाने के बाद बेच करके जो पैसे आते हैं उन पैसों से दूसरी एक्टिविटी करने के लिए उनके पास आर्थिक रिसोर्सेस मिल जाते हैं। और जो गुली होती है, महुआ जब पक जाता है तो उससे गुली निकलती है, उसका तेल निकाल करके तेल भी ये लोग अपने उपयोग में करते हैं। बेर है, सीजनेबल फ्रूट है जो कि उनके द्वारा खाया जाता है, फिर इसको सुखा करके रख लिया जाता है और इसका भी उपयोग बाद में खाने में लिया जाता है। जामुन है, ये भी सीजनेबल फ्रूट है और इनके द्वारा बहुत रूप में खाया जाता है। फिर वनोपज जो विक्रय के लिए है, दूसरी प्रकार की जो फसल है इनके पास है वो फॉरेस्ट। तो इसमें है अचार, हर्रा, बहेरा, आंवला, तेंदुपत्ता, गुल्ली, गोंद, लाख और कोसा। ये जो प्रोडक्ट हैं इनके द्वारा बराबर उपयोग किया जाता है। जैसे कि महुआ है, इसका 20% भाग 8 रुपए किलो की दर से छिंदी, बिजोरी, तामिया के बाजार में बेचकर आर्थिक लाभ प्राप्त करते हैं ये लोग। और फल पकने के बाद महुआ वृक्ष को तोड़कर संग्रहित कर लिया जाता है और तकरीबन जो यहाँ के भारिया है एक सीजन में 15-20-25 दिन में महुआ की फसल को लगभग 8 से 10 बोरा संग्रहित कर लेते हैं और इसको बेच देते हैं। ये इनके काम आता है। इसी प्रकार अचार है जिसको चिरौंजी कहा जाता है। आप सभी लोग इसको डिश बनाने में, खीर बनाने में डालते हैं, तो ये वहाँ पर बहुतायत रूप में मिलता है पतालकोट में। तो इसमें सर्वाधिक अचार और हर्रा के वृक्ष हैं। अचार वृक्ष के आसपास की भूमि साफ कर लिया जाता है जिससे अचार बीना जा सके। प्रत्येक परिवार लगभग 1 से 1.5 बोरा अचार एकत्र करके इसकी गुठली बिना फोड़े की छिंदी के साहूकारों को 40-50 रुपए किलो की दर से बेच देता है। अचार की गुठली को फोड़कर चिरौंजी, मेवा और साहूकार बेचकर लगभग दुगना मुनाफा कमाते हैं। लेकिन भारिया जनजाति को मात्र 1 बोरे का 2-3 हजार रुपया ही मिल पाता है। ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोडक्ट है वहाँ के लिए। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य की बात ये है कि जिस अचार को वो लोग तोड़ करके बाहर साहूकारों को बेचते हैं बहुत सस्ती कीमत पे, आज आप उसको उसकी जो छिलका है बाहर की, उसको निकला हुआ आप यदि खरीदते हैं तो 1000 रुपीज पर केजी के हिसाब से मिलेगा। लेकिन भारिया लोगों को उसका कहीं एडवांटेज नहीं मिल पाता है। इसी प्रकार एक और वहाँ पर है, हर्रे का संग्रहण करके किया जाता है। प्रत्येक परिवार वन विभाग को लगभग 5 से 6 बोरा 2.5 रुपया प्रति किलो की दर से बेचकर लगभग 1000 से 1500 रुपए प्रति प्राप्ति कर लेता है। तो ये जो हर्रे है इसकी भी कीमत उनको बहुत कम मिल पाती है। इसी प्रकार आंवला है। आंवला पतालकोट वासियों की आर्थिक मदद करता है। इस वनोपज की बिक्री के पतालकोट के प्रत्येक परिवार को औसतन 3000 से 4000 रुपए की आय हो जाती है। मैंने यहाँ पर टेबल में दिया हुआ है कि जो वहाँ के गांव हैं, गंगा कोड़िया, गैलडुब्बा, घटिंगा, बूढ़ी छतरी, इन पर तेंदुपत्ता का जो कितना प्रोडक्शन होता है और महुआ का कितना प्रोडक्शन होता है, उसके बाद इनकी वार्षिक आय भारिया को कितनी मिल जाती है, इसके बारे में मैं बाद में बात करूंगा कि क्या नुकसान होता है डीमेरिट्स में। जो पतालकोट में वनोपज है या फिर फॉरेस्ट प्रोडक्ट है, उनका उपयोग पतालकोट वासियों के द्वारा किस प्रकार किया जाता है, जैसे कि कंद मूल फल है, भोजन के लिए किया जाता है, मधु है, हनी भोजन और विक्रय के लिए है, छीन की पत्तियां, चटाइयां तथा अन्य घरेलू उपयोग की वस्तुओं का निर्माण है। देव बुहारी बेचने के लिए झाड़ू बनाते हैं। हर्रा, अचार, आंवला विक्रय किया जाता है। कोसे का कीड़ा विक्रय किया जाता है। जलाऊ लकड़ी घरेलू उपयोग में लाई जाती है। घास घरेलू उपयोग का विक्रय। बांस घरेलू उपयोग मकान बनाने के लिए काम में लाया जाता है। अब अभी तक मैंने जो आपके से चर्चा की है, ये पतालकोट के जो भारिया आदिवासी हैं उनके द्वारा सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट के लिए यूज की जाने वाली चीजें थी। लेकिन इसके बाद वहाँ पर विकास कार्य किया गया पतालकोट पर, और जो कि स्वाभाविक है। गवर्नमेंट की प्राथमिकता होती है कि क्षेत्रों का विकास किया जाए, तो उसमें बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स या नेचुरल हाईवे जैसा कुछ ऐसा विकास नहीं है। लेकिन पतालकोट जिस तरह से एक द्वीप में बसा हुआ स्थान है, उस स्थान पर जो मूलभूत कार्य किए गए हैं, जैसे सड़क निर्माण का कार्य, एक समय पर ऐसा था कि पतालकोट में नीचे उतरने के लिए थोड़ी बहुत सीढ़ियाँ 1950 में लगभग बनाई गई थी, और फिर बाद में बेलों या उसके सहारे से नीचे उतरा जाता था, या भारिया लोग ही आ पाते थे, इतना गहराई पर है, आम आदमी नीचे नहीं जा सकता था। लेकिन वर्तमान में रोड बना दी गई है, आप बाई कार अंदर तक जा सकते हैं। विद्युत व्यवस्था वहाँ पर है, टीवी, डिश एंटीना, या वो देख सकते हैं, स्कूल, छात्रावास वो भी बन गए हैं। खेती हेतु ट्रैक्टर की उपलब्धता वहाँ पर है। एक गांव का सरपंच है, उसके पास ट्रैक्टर भी है। सिंचाई पंप होती है, पहले नहरों के द्वारा या कुओं से होता था सिंचाई, अब पंप हो गया है। उन्नत बीज खाद का उपयोग किया जाने लगा है। वनोपज विक्रय हेतु वन विभाग की पहल हुई है। और विज्ञान आश्रम एक मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सभा एक एनजीओ है, उसने पतालकोट के अंदर गैलडुब्बा ग्राम में विज्ञान आश्रम एक केंद्र खोला है, जो कि वहाँ के आदिवासियों या जनजाति से महुआ, अचार, इस प्रकार की जो भी प्रोडक्ट है उनको वो इजीली खरीदता है। ठीक है। इसके साथ साथ गेहूं पिसाने के लिए या जो भी अनाज है उनको पिसाने के लिए चक्की बनाई गई है, और अचार वगैरह को फोड़ने के लिए भी, दलहन के लिए भी मशीनरी लगाई गई है। लेकिन इन सब का ये सब विकास कार्य का परिणाम ये हुआ कि भारिया जिस तरह आत्मनिर्भर थे, वो अपनी फसलों पर ही डिपेंड थे। बाहर की मुद्रा से उनका कोई सरोकार नहीं था, और उनको किसी के हाथ से ऋण या डेप्ट में नहीं जाना पड़ता था। आज स्थिति ये है कि अब उनको अपने जीवन यापन के लिए बाहर रोजगार के लिए भी जाना पड़ता है। अब जो विज्ञान आश्रम वहाँ पतालकोट के अंदर खुला है, वह उनको सुविधा का प्रोडक्ट मुहैया करा रहा है, लेकिन जितना मार्केट प्राइस उनको मिलना चाहिए वो मार्केट प्राइस अभी भी उनको नहीं प्राप्त हो पाता है। और जो साहूकार होते थे, मतलब मर्चेंट्स, वो बस ये अंतर पड़ा कि भाइयों को बाहर साहूकारों के पास या मर्चेंट्स के पास नहीं जाना पड़ता है, वहीं पर अपनी फसल दे देते हैं, लेकिन अभी भी उनको उतना लाभ नहीं मिल पाता जितना मिलना चाहिए। आत्मनिर्भर अर्थव्यवस्था एवं पारिस्थितिकीकरण का ह्रास। खेतों की जुताई एवं सिंचाई हेतु तकनीक पर निर्भरता बढ़ गई है। वस्तु विनिमय प्रणाली का अंत हो गया है। पहले भाइया एक परिवार दूसरे परिवार से आपके पास एक फसल नहीं है तो वो दूसरी फसल दे करके जिसकी आवश्यकता वो ले लिया करता था, और इस प्रकार उनका वो चलता था। बाहरी लोगों का प्रवेश पहले पूर्णतः निषिद्ध था। अब वहाँ पर पिकनिक के मामले में या विचरण करने के लिए लोग जाने लगे हैं, अब कार भी जाने लगी हैं, लोग वहाँ पर पॉल्यूशन जैसी स्थिति ला रहे हैं, तो काफ़ी कुछ अभी वहाँ के पर्यावरण को नुकसान पहुँचा है। निष्कर्ष के रूप में मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि जनजातियों की जो आदिम अर्थव्यवस्था के प्रथम 2 चरण थे, एक भोजन संग्रह, फूड कलेक्शन, और शिकार तथा पशुपालन, भारिया जनजाति में समाप्त होते जा रही है। वर्तमान समय में विकास कार्यों के कारण वन की कटाई से पर्यावरण को नुकसान पहुंच रहा है, और सरकार के सामने बड़ी चुनौती है कि विकास कार्य और भारिया जनजाति के नैसर्गिक पर्यावरण के बीच तालमेल कैसे बिठाए। विज्ञान आश्रम के कारण वनोपज को बेचने के लिए भारिया जनजाति को शहर नहीं जाना पड़ रहा है एवं सूदखोरों से छुटकारा मिल रहा है, लेकिन उन्हें अधिक मूल्य भी नहीं मिल रहा है। भारिया जनजाति औषधीय वनस्पति के गुणों से परिचित है, अतः उन्हें आयुर्वेद की शिक्षा देकर कुशल वैद्य बनाया जा सकता है। इस ओर प्रयास होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जितना लगभग 52 से ज़्यादा मेडिसिनल प्लांट है भाइया वहाँ पतालकोट के अंदर आसपास, तो ये जो प्लांट है इनका कहीं पता भाइया लोगों को ही है, इसलिए गवर्नमेंट को चाहिए कि भाइयों की सहायता लेकर के उनको और एजुकेट करके जो वैद्य है, आयुर्वेदिक चार हैं, उनको बनाना चाहिए, और दूसरे जो वहाँ पर लोग जा रहे हैं उनसे भी संरक्षित करने की ज़रूरत है। इस प्रकार ओवरऑल ये है कि डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, डेवलपमेंट के लिए गवर्नमेंट्स कटिबद्ध है, वचनबद्ध है, लेकिन इन डेवलपमेंट्स में ये भी देखना है कि हमारा जो पर्यावरण है या इकोसिस्टम है विशेष जगह का, वो संरक्षित होना चाहिए, और साथ ही साथ उन पे प्रयास ऐसे होना चाहिए कि जो जनजाति हैं उनको अधिक से अधिक लाभ मिल पाए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dr. Dhanaram UK. Before moving ahead with the third presenter, the viewers who have joined us late, so this is our third international conference of Kash Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development and University of Ottawa. Now, our third paper presenter is Meenakshi Kori. Her topic is Indian Culture and Environment Protection. I would request Meenakshi Kori to start with her presentation.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. First of all, good evening to everyone. सबसे पहले तो मैं काश फाउंडेशन का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगी जिन्होंने मुझे पेपर प्रेजेंट करने का मौका दिया। मेरा टॉपिक है भारतीय चिंतन में पर्यावरण संरक्षण, जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि वर्तमान में पर्यावरण संरक्षण बहुत ही चिंतनीय विषय है, जिस पर बहुत सारे सम्मेलन आयोजित किए जा रहे हैं और उनके साथ सुझाव भी प्रस्तुत किए जा रहे हैं। इन सुझावों से दुनिया में पर्यावरण संरक्षण को लेकर जागरूकता तो बढ़ी है, लेकिन वास्तविक धरातल पर उसकी परिणति हमको दिखाई नहीं दे रही है और मनुष्य द्वारा प्रकृति से निरंतर छेड़छाड़ जारी है। प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का अंधाधुंध दोहन, जंगलों का निरंतर काटा जाना, रासायनिक बहिस्राव, पारमाणविक कचरा, प्लास्टिक का निष्पादन न होना, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उत्पादों के अवशिष्टों का बचे रहना तथा वायुमंडल में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस के बढ़ने से लगातार पर्यावरण में असंतुलन बढ़ रहा है और मनुष्य के विकास कार्यों के कारण प्रकृति विनाश की ओर बढ़ रही है। इस परिस्थितिजन्य संकट के
start your video.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Good evening to all. Today's my topic is भारतीय संस्कृति में पर्यावरण चिंतन। हम देख रहे हैं कि चारों ओर पर्यावरण संरक्षण की बात हो रही है। बहुत ही चिंतनीय विषय है जिस पर पिछले कई दशकों से चर्चा हो रही है। बहुत सारे सम्मेलन भी आयोजित किए जा रहे हैं, सुझाव प्रस्तुत किए जा रहे हैं। इन सुझावों में दुनिया में पर्यावरण संरक्षण को लेकर जागरूकता में वृद्धि तो हो रही है, मनुष्य प्रकृति से निरंतर छेड़छाड़ जारी है। प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का अंधाधुंध दोहन, जंगलों का निरंतर काटा जाना, रासायनिक बहिस्राव, पारमाणविक कचरा, प्लास्टिक का निष्पादन न होना, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उत्पादों के अवशिष्टों का बचे रहना तथा वायुमंडल में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस के बढ़ने से लगातार पर्यावरण में असंतुलन बढ़ रहा है। मनुष्य के विकास कार्यों के कारण संकट के निवारण के लिए संपूर्ण विश्व में पर्यावरण संरक्षण की चर्चा हो रही है। यहाँ पर हम यह देखने का प्रयास करेंगे कि जो पर्यावरण हमारा प्रदूषित हो रहा है, पर्यावरण संरक्षण की बात की जा रही है, उसमें हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति किस प्रकार से महत्वपूर्ण रही है। तो सबसे पहले पर्यावरण का आशय एक आवरण से है जिससे मानव जीवन का संभव हुआ है तथा जीवन की रक्षा हो सकी है। पर्यावरण का जो निर्माण है वो दो घटकों से मिलकर हुआ है, जैविक तथा अजैविक घटक। हवा, जल, भूमि, पेड़ पौधे, वनस्पतियाँ, सूर्य तथा अन्य जीव जंतु ये हमारे पर्यावरण के अंग हैं। भारतीय संस्कृति में पर्यावरण संरक्षण को बहुत ही महत्व दिया जाता है। भारतीय दर्शन मानता है कि हमारे पर्यावरण की संरचना में 5 महत्वपूर्ण घटक है जिसे भगवान की श्रेणी दी गई है। भा से भूमि, गा से गगन, वा से वायु और आ से अग्नि, ना से नीर। तो इस प्रकार हमारे पर्यावरण की संरचना जो है वो 5 तत्वों से मिलकर बनी हुई है और जिसे भगवान कहा गया है और इसकी पूजा वैदिक युग में ही आरंभ हो चुकी थी। हम जानते हैं कि पर्यावरण के प्रत्येक जो अंग हैं उनकी एक लाइफ साइकिल होती है और इनमें से अगर किसी का भी जीवन चक्र बिगड़ता है तो प्रकृति में असंतुलन पैदा होता है, जिसका कुप्रभाव मानव एवं अन्य जीवधारियों पर पड़ता है। इस प्रकार हम देखें तो पर्यावरण एक प्रकार का कवच है जो हमें हानिकारक तत्वों से बचाता है। अब बात यह है कि पर्यावरण संरक्षण क्यों? जानते हैं कि इकोलॉजी में प्रत्येक जीव का अपना एक लाइफ साइकिल है जो अपने आसपास पाए जाने वाले प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से विभिन्न जंतुओं से, वनस्पतियों से जुड़ा हुआ रहता है। मानव द्वारा अपने भौतिकतावादी विकास के कारण इन जैविक एवं अजैविक घटकों का असंतुलित दोहन किया जाता रहा है, जिससे विशेषकर अजैविक घटकों की तुलना में गुणवत्ता में कमी आ रही है। जीवन का आधार जल एवं वायु की गुणवत्ता में कमी से मनुष्य ही नहीं बल्कि असंख्य जीव के लिए खतरा बढ़ता जा रहा है। अतः इनके अस्तित्व एवं विकास के मद्देनजर पर्यावरण संरक्षण की आवश्यकता महसूस की गई। पर्यावरण आज वर्तमान में पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए बहुत सारी चुनौतियां हमारे समक्ष हैं, जैसे ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। हम जानते हैं कि वातावरण में लगातार कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की मात्रा बढ़ती जा रही है, इससे टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, ग्लेशियर्स पिघल रहे हैं, समुद्री जल स्तर बढ़ रहा है और मौसम में अचानक से बदलाव हमें देखने को मिलता है। कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा सूखा है, कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा बाढ़ आ रही है, तो इस प्रकार के चेंजेस हमको ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के तहत अपने पर्यावरण में देखते हैं। दूसरे जीव-जंतुओं को भी बुरी तरह प्रभावित करता है। दूसरी जो चुनौती है पर्यावरण संरक्षण की, वह है भूजल स्तर का लगातार गिरना। हम देख रहे हैं कि वाटर लेवल दिनों-दिन गिरता जा रहा है। वर्षा जो है सामान्य से औसत से बहुत ज़्यादा कम हो रही है। खेती के लिए, पीने के लिए जो पानी है, फ्रेश वाटर उसकी उपलब्धता में कमी आ रही है। साथ ही साथ फैक्ट्रियों का गंदा पानी, हमारे घरों से निकलने वाला गंदा पानी सब नदियों में मिल रहा है, जिसके कारण जो हमारा जल है वो दूषित होता जा रहा है। ये हमारे सामने आज सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। अगला जो चुनौती है वो है धरती की उर्वरा शक्ति का कम होना या क्षीण होना। हम देख रहे हैं कि खेती के लिए लगातार हम फर्टिलाइजर्स का, पेस्टिसाइड्स का ज़मीन पर उपयोग कर रहे हैं, जिससे हमारी जो धरती की उर्वरा शक्ति है, उसके जो महत्वपूर्ण माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स हैं, वो सब ख़त्म होते जा रहे हैं, जिसका असर फसलों पर पड़ता है और वो हमारे स्वास्थ्य को भी बुरी तरह प्रभावित करती है। साथ ही साथ धरती में बहुत सारे खनिज भंडार हैं, जिसका हम अंधाधुंध दोहन अपनी आधुनिकता और भौतिकतावादी जीवन शैली के कारण करते जा रहे हैं और इस प्रकार जो हमारी ज़मीन है वह बंजर होती जा रही है, उसकी सारी उर्वरक शक्ति समाप्त होती जा रही है। अगली जो चुनौती हम देख रहे हैं पर्यावरण के समक्ष, वह है वायुमंडल का जहरीला होना या वायुमंडल का विषाक्त होना। हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार जो वाहन हैं उनसे निकलने वाले धुएँ, कारखानों से निकलने वाले धुएँ, ज्वालामुखी विस्फोट, गैस प्लांट से जो गैसेस निकलती हैं, लगातार हमारी वायुमंडल के अंतर्गत जो हमारी हवा है उसको दूषित करती जा रही हैं, जिससे बहुत ज़्यादा सांस लेने के लिए शुद्ध वायु हमें उपलब्ध नहीं हो पाती और तमाम तरह के पर्यावरण में समस्त जीवधारी इससे पूरी तरह से प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। अगली जो पर्यावरण संरक्षण की चुनौती है, वह है हमारी जो बायोडाइवर्सिटीज़ है, उसको भी खतरा उत्पन्न हो गया है। हम देख रहे हैं कि दिनों-दिन जंगल नष्ट हो रहे हैं, काटे जा रहे हैं, जो कि हमारे विभिन्न प्रकार के जीवधारियों का निवास स्थान हुआ करते थे। सड़कों के निर्माण, उद्योगों के विकास के कारण वनों का सफाया दिनों-दिन होता जा रहा है। तो इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि पर्यावरण संरक्षण के समक्ष आज बहुत सारी चुनौतियाँ हैं, जिनको हम केवल भारतीय संस्कृति के द्वारा ही बचा सकते हैं, क्योंकि भारतीय संस्कृति में प्रकृति के प्रत्येक तत्वों का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। हम जानते हैं कि पर्यावरण संरक्षण में भारतीय परंपराओं का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। ऋग्वेद, उपनिषद, पुराण से लेकर जातक कथाओं में भारतीय संस्कृति की प्रकृति संरक्षण संबंधी विचारधारा विद्यमान रही है। भारतीय ऋषि मुनियों ने प्राकृतिक शक्तियों को देवी देवताओं का स्वरूप माना। सूर्य, चंद्रमा, वायु, अग्नि आदि देव माने गए, तो नदियां पवित्र देवियां और पृथ्वी को मां। वृक्षों को देवों के निवास स्थल माने गए, तो वहीं कुएं और तालाबों को धार्मिक सांस्कृतिक महत्व माना गया। तो इस प्रकार से भारतीय संस्कृति में पृथ्वी, जल, वायु, पेड़ पौधे, जीव जंतु आदि को संरक्षित करने के लिए अनेक उपाय बताए गए हैं। सबसे पहले हम यहाँ देखेंगे भूमि एवं पहाड़। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं धरती सृष्टि का आधार है, सभी प्राणियों की पालनहार है। सनातन परंपरा में वेदों को प्राचीनतम ग्रंथ माना गया है और अथर्ववेद में पृथ्वी सूक्त में सबसे प्राचीन पर्यावरण संरक्षण की स्तुति की गई है कि माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथ्व्या, अर्थात पृथ्वी को मातृ शक्ति के रूप में माना गया है और हम सब इसके पुत्र हैं। तो जब ऐसी भावना हमारी धर्म ग्रंथों में बताई गई है पृथ्वी के लिए, तो हम निश्चित रूप से इसका संरक्षण करने के लिए कटिबद्ध होते हैं। पुराणों में ये भी बताया गया है कि मिट्टी के अशुद्ध होने पर उसमें गोबर मिला के उसे फिर से शुद्ध किया जा सकता है। यहाँ पर शुद्ध का मतलब है कि फिर से उसे उर्वरक बनाया जाता है, उसकी गुणवत्ता सुधारी जा सकती है। वहीं देखा जाए तो पर्वतों को भी देवता माना गया है, क्योंकि पर्वतों में विभिन्न प्रकार के जीवधारी निवास करते हैं और इन जीवधारियों की रक्षा के लिए पर्वतों को पूजने का भी विधान है। दूसरा जो प्राकृतिक महत्वपूर्ण की जो चीज़ है वह है पेड़ पौधे एवं वनस्पतियाँ। वृक्ष पर्यावरण संतुलन में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। वृक्ष बादल को रोककर वर्षा को आमंत्रित करते हैं, भूमि के कटाव को रोकते हैं और यह हमें शुद्ध वायु, प्राणवायु प्रदान करते हैं। भारतीय संस्कृति में अनेकों वृक्षों एवं देवी देवताओं का निवास मानने के कारण उनकी पूजा करने की मान्यता दी गई है। इस प्रकार से वृक्षों के संरक्षण की बात कही गई है। पीपल व बरगद को ब्रह्म कहा गया है और उन्हें काटना ब्रह्महत्या के समान माना गया है। पीपल में विष्णु का वास होता है, नीम में नारायण का वास होता है, ऐसा हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में माना गया है, परंपराओं में माना गया है। भारतीय संस्कृति में जहाँ पीपल, बरगद, आंवला, तुलसी आदि वृक्ष को पूजने की परंपरा रही है, वहीं आम, जामुन, नीम, बांस, पलास और अन्य पौधे भी भारतीय संस्कृति की अन्य परंपराओं से जुड़े हुए हैं, जिनके संरक्षण की और उनके पूजने की बात हमारी भारतीय परंपरा में है, भारतीय संस्कृति में है। प्राचीन ग्रंथों में यदि देखा जाए तो वृक्षों को पुत्रों से भी अधिक महत्व दिया गया है। मत्स्य पुराण में कहा गया है कि 10 कूप के समान पुण्य एक पोखर बनाने में, 10 पोखरों का पुण्य एक तालाब बनाने में, और 10 तालाबों का पुण्य एक पुत्र से और 10 पुत्रों के समान पुण्य एक वृक्ष लगाने से प्राप्त होता है। तो इस प्रकार भारतीय धर्म ग्रंथों में वृक्षों के संरक्षण की प्रेरणा दी गई। विभिन्न कवियों ने भी अपने काव्यों में वृक्षों के संरक्षण का वर्णन किया है। तीसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण तत्व है प्रकृति का, हमारे पर्यावरण का, वे है जल और नदियाँ। क्योंकि नदियाँ हमारे देश में सदैव से पूजनीय रही हैं, भारतीय संस्कृति में इन्हें पवित्र देवियाँ माना गया है। इन्हीं पवित्र देवियों के किनारे, नदियों के किनारे हमारी संस्कृति का विकास हुआ है। ये नदियाँ जीवनदायिनी होने के साथ साथ मानव जीवन को विभिन्न पापों से मुक्त करने के कारण अति पवित्र मानी गई हैं। वहीं वेदों में जल को आपो देवता कहकर संबोधित किया गया है। अतः इनकी पूजा करना, इनके जल को स्वच्छ बनाए रखना, इनका संरक्षण करना भारतीय संस्कृति की विशेषता रही है। भारतीय धर्म ग्रंथों में पहले प्राचीनतम समय में नदियों में सिक्के डालने की भी परंपरा रही है। जब सिक्के तांबे, सोने या चांदी के हुआ करते थे, तो इसके पीछे मान्यता यह थी कि इन सिक्कों को नदी में डालने से जल शुद्ध होता है। तो इस प्रकार की मान्यता पर्यावरण संरक्षण को लेकर हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में देखने को मिलती है। अगला जो तत्व है पर्यावरण का, वह है वायु। हम जानते हैं कि समस्त जीवों के लिए वायु प्राणदायिनी है, जिसके बिना एक क्षण भी जीवित नहीं रहा जा सकता। भारतीय संस्कृति में वायु को भी देवता माना गया है। प्राचीन समय में विभिन्न धार्मिक क्रियाओं में यज्ञ हवन का संपादन करने की परंपरा रही है। इसके पीछे एक वैज्ञानिक कारण था कि वायुमंडल के जो हानिकारक कीट और कीटाणु हैं, वो हवन के धुएं से नष्ट हो जाते हैं और वायु शुद्ध हो जाती है। तो इस प्रकार वायु के संरक्षण की भी बात हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में की गई है। वायु को शुद्ध करने की बात हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में हमें देखने को मिलता है। अगला जो तत्व है वह है पशु एवं अन्य जीव जंतु। पशु एवं अन्य जीव जंतुओं का संरक्षण भी भारतीय परंपराओं और संस्कृतियों का अभिन्न अंग रहा है। भारतीय संस्कृति में गौपालन एवं पूजन का विशेष महत्व है। गाय से प्राप्त प्रत्येक पदार्थ हमारे लिए उपयोगी होने के साथ साथ पर्यावरण के लिए भी लाभदायक रहे हैं। भारतीय संस्कृति में अनेक देवी देवताओं के वाहन के रूप में अनेक पशु पक्षियों के पूजे जाने की परंपरा रही है, जैसे हंस सरस्वती जी, सिंह माँ दुर्गा, बैल शंकर जी, हाथी इंद्र, चूहा गणेश, जो इनके प्रति सम्मान एवं संवेदना को दर्शाता है। एक और मान्यता भारतीय संस्कृति में जीव जंतुओं के प्रति रही है कि जब हम खाना बनाते हैं तो पहली रोटी गाय की होती है और आखिरी रोटी कुत्तों के लिए होती है। तो ये परंपरा हमारे समाज में लोगों को पशु पक्षियों के प्रति संवेदनशील बनाती है। इसके अलावा नदियों में आटे के दीपक छोड़े जाने की परंपरा भारतीय संस्कृति में रही है, और इसके पीछे भी यही कारण है कि जो नदी या जलीय जीव जंतु हैं उनको आटा उनके जीवन यापन के लिए खाद्य सामग्री मिल सके। लेकिन आजकल हम नदियों में आटे के दीपक की जगह प्लास्टिक के दीपक इस्तेमाल करते हैं और नदियां हमारी प्रदूषित होती जा रही हैं। तो इस प्रकार भारतीय संस्कृति में पशु पक्षियों से भी संवेदनात्मक एवं भावनात्मक संबंध रखने का संदेश हमें मिलता है। तो जब हम सनातन धर्म की परंपरा में प्रकृति और मानव के संबंधों को देखते हैं तो इसमें पर्यावरण संरक्षण के बीज तत्व हमें दिखाई देते हैं, और एक संपोषित विश्व केवल वही विश्व हो सकता है जो इन्हीं सौहार्द पर आधारित हो। यजुर्वेद में का एक जो श्लोक है मैं वो यहाँ पर आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहूँगी। ओम देव शांति, अंतरिक्ष शांति, पृथ्वी शांति, रापः शांति, औषधया शांति, वनस्पतिया शांति, विश्वदेवा शांति, ब्रह्म शांति, सर्व शांति, शांतिरेव शांति, सामा शांति रेधि। ओम शांति शांति शांति। इस श्लोक के माध्यम से देवलोक से लेकर पृथ्वी के सभी जैविक एवं अजैविक घटक संतुलन की अवस्था में रहे, ऐसा माना गया है। देवलोक नक्षत्र युक्त आकाश, जल, औषधि, वनस्पतियां एवं संपूर्ण संसाधन तथा ज्ञान संतुलन की अवस्था में रहे तभी व्यक्ति शांत एवं संतुलित रह सकता है। संभवतः पर्यावरण एवं पर्यावरण संतुलन की इतनी वैज्ञानिक परिभाषा विश्व के किसी अन्य मनीषी ने नहीं दी होगी, लेकिन हम आज भौतिकतावादी और आधुनिकतावादी विकास की ओर दौड़ रहे हैं और हम अपनी भारतीय संस्कृति की को भूलते जा रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से हमें विकास चाहिए, लेकिन यहाँ हमें यह सोचना होगा कि विकास किस कीमत पर हमें चाहिए। हमें आज के दौर में चाहिए कि हम फिर से अपनी सनातन संस्कृति की ओर लौटें, अपनी जीवन परंपरा को, अपने जीवन को प्रकृति के अनुरूप जिएं, और इसके लिए हमें अपनी जो लाइफस्टाइल है, आधुनिक जीवन शैली है, उसमें कुछ न कुछ बदलाव करने होंगे। और इसका एक छोटा सा उदाहरण इस लॉकडाउन के पीरियड में हमें देखने को मिल गया है कि हम जो आधुनिक जीवन शैली हमारी थी वर्तमान में, थोड़ा सा हम घरों में रहे तो हमें देखने को मिला कि किस प्रकार से वातावरण शुद्ध हो चुका है, नदियाँ शुद्ध हो गई हैं, जिसकी बात हम करते थे कि यमुना और कानपुर में गंगा, जिस पर कि लाखों करोड़ों रुपए खर्च हो चुके हैं, अरबों रुपए खर्च हो चुके हैं, डिपार्टमेंट्स बने हुए हैं और लाखों लोग काम कर रहे हैं, फिर भी गंगा का पानी शुद्ध नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन इस लॉकडाउन के दौरान गंगा का पानी शुद्ध हो गया। और जैसे कि बात की जाती है कि दिल्ली में बच्चे लोग तारे, चंद्रमा नहीं देख पाते पॉल्यूशन के कारण, वो आज हमें साफ दिखाई देते हैं। और साथ ही देखते हैं, हमने देखा है कि जो वनों में विचरण करने वाले जीव जंतु हैं, लॉकडाउन के दौरान वो सड़कों पर आ गए हैं, उन्हें भी खुली हवा और में विचरने का मौका मिला है। तो निश्चित रूप से अगर हम जीवन शैली में थोड़े थोड़े बदलाव करेंगे तो हम पर्यावरण को अपने संरक्षित कर सकते हैं। और जब तक हमारे अंदर ये भाव नहीं होगा कि माता भूमि अहम पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, तब तक हम पर्यावरण को संरक्षित नहीं कर सकते हैं। और हमें यह बात ध्यान में रखनी होगी कि अगर हम भौतिक विकास चाहते हैं और भौतिक विकास की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो बौद्धिकता के साथ साथ मानवीयता को भी हमें केंद्र में रखना होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Meenakshi Kori, for presenting the paper. Now, I would like to call on the board our fourth presenter, Ramta Prasad. She is an assistant professor in history. The topic is Indian tribes' harmony to the environment.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
आप सुन सकते हैं मुझे?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
You please keep your video on.
जी. गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। मैं डॉक्टर रामता प्रसाद आम्रवंशी, गवर्नमेंट पीजी कॉलेज नरसिंहपुर मध्य प्रदेश में सहायक प्राध्यापक इतिहास के पद पर पदस्थ हूँ। आज के इस सेमिनार में मैं भारतीय जनजातियों का पर्यावरण से सामंजस्य विषय पर अपनी बात रखना चाहूँगा। इंडियन ट्राइब्स हार्मोनी टू द एनवायरमेंट विषय पर जो है मैं अपनी बात रखना चाहता हूँ, अपना शोध पत्र जो है प्रस्तुत करना चाह रहा हूँ।
I would request you to keep your video on.
वीडियो ऑन किया है मैंने। हेलो, वीडियो स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ? हेलो,
No, not.
स्टार्ट किया है। हेलो।
Yes,
Hello.
please start with the presentation.
हाँ, मैं ये क्या वीडियो चालू हो गया मैडम मेरा?
No, still not.
इस सेमिनार में मैं अपने शोध पत्र में बताना चाहता हूँ कि भारत में जो जनजातियां हैं, जो प्राचीन काल से या सभ्यता की शुरुआत से जो लोग यहाँ निवास करते रहे हैं, जंगलों में, पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में, उन लोगों को यहाँ पर जनजातियां या आदिवासी या भारतीय संविधान के अनुसार जो है इन्हें अनुसूचित जनजाति के रूप में जाना जाता है। मैं देखता हूँ भारतीय जनजातियों के संदर्भ में कि भारत की जनजातियों की जो जीवन शैली है अत्यधिक आश्चर्यचकित करने वाली है। इन जनजातियों का रहन सहन, खान पान, वेशभूषा अत्यंत रोचक है। भूमंडलीकरण के दौर में आज पूरा विश्व जो है पर्यावरण को समाप्त करने में, खत्म करने में तुला हुआ है, वहीं ये जनजातियां जो है पर्यावरण को बचाए रखने के लिए प्राचीन काल से ही अपनी पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जो है प्रयास करते रहे हैं। तो मैं इस संबंध में ये बताना चाहता हूँ, जिस तरीके से औद्योगिकीकरण हो रहा है, नगरीकरण हो रहा है, रासायनिक पदार्थों का उपयोग हो रहा है, तो इससे पर्यावरण बहुत ज्यादा खतरे में पड़ रहा है। लेकिन जनजातीय लोगों के द्वारा ना तो वो बहुत नगरीकरण पर विश्वास करते हैं, समुदायों में ये लोग रहते हैं, पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में रहते हैं, घने जंगलों में रहते हैं और इन क्षेत्रों में पर्यावरण को किसी भी तरीके से नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाते हैं। ये पर्यावरण में या पर्यावरण से, वातावरण से जो कुछ लेते हैं वो उतना ही ग्रहण करते हैं जितना इनके लिए आवश्यक होता है, उससे ज्यादा वो नहीं रहते। इस प्रकार जो है उनका प्रकृति से, पर्यावरण से सामंजस्य बनाए हुए रहते हैं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि जो भारत में प्रमुख जनजातियां हैं वो हैं जो मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, गुजरात, झारखंड और छत्तीसगढ़, ओडिशा आदि राज्यों में जो जनजातियां निवास करती हैं वो गोंड, भील, रेड्डी, संथाल, मुंडा, कोरवा, उराव, कोल, बंजारा, मीणा आदि जनजातियां इन क्षेत्रों में निवास करती हैं। इसके अलावा राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, गुजरात, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, ओडिशा में और भी अन्य जनजातियां जनजातियां जो कि रहती हैं, जैसे बकरवाल है, गुर्जर है, थारू है, बुक्का है और कश्मीर में जौनार है आदि, खासो है, गारो है, जयंतियां हैं आदि जनजातियां यहाँ पर निवास करते हैं। ये सब पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में और जंगलों में इन में बताना चाह रहा हूँ ये घर जो है मिट्टी के बने होते हैं, इसमें लकड़ी का उपयोग होता है जो कि प्रकृति से, जंगल से प्राप्त करते हैं। दीवारें मिट्टी की होती हैं, वो भी प्रकृति से प्राप्त करते हैं। और इन चीजों को प्राप्त करने में जैसे लकड़ी का उपयोग होता है, घास फूस का उपयोग होता है जो मिट्टी से बनाई जाती है पका करके, इससे पर्यावरण को किसी प्रकार का कोई नुकसान नहीं होता और वो प्रकृति से उतना ही ग्रहण करते हैं जिससे कि पर्यावरण को नुकसान नहीं। तो निवास स्थान में खास तौर से यदि हम देखें, पानी जो है प्रदूषित होता है, इनके क्षेत्रों में कभी भी पानी प्रदूषित नहीं होता। आज नगरों का पानी है वो नदियों में जाता है, लेकिन इन जनजातीय लोगों के गांव का या समुदाय का पानी कभी भी नदियों में नहीं जाता। तो और वनोपज का पूरी तरह से उपयोग करते हैं, तो किसी प्रकार का प्रदूषण फैलाने की कोई संभावना इनकी नदियों के किनारे या पानी को किसी भी प्रकार से प्रदूषित नहीं कर सकते। इसके अलावा यदि इनके व्यवसाय की हम बात करें तो ये लोग जो व्यवसाय करते हैं मूल रूप से खेती करते हैं, पशुपालन करते हैं, वन उपज संग्रह इनका मूल काम होता है। तो खेती भी ऐसे स्थानों में की जाती है या ऐसे की जाती है कि पर्यावरण को नुकसान ना हो। जो जंगल हैं उसमें जंगल को उतनी जगह का उपयोग किया जाएगा जितना जरूरी है। यदि उसमें बीच में कहीं पेड़ पौधे लगे हैं तो उनको किसी तरीके से काटने का प्रयास नहीं करते, बहुत जरूरी हो तभी उनको काट करके अलग किया जाता है। तो इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि खेती करते समय भी वो पेड़ पौधों का और पर्यावरण का पूरी तरह से ध्यान रखते हैं। खेती करते हैं, जब भूमि में जुताई करते हैं तो भूमि की पहले पूजा की जाती है। इसका यह तात्पर्य है कि वो प्रयास करते हैं कि धरती जो है माँ है, वो उस पर जब हम घाव करें तो किसी प्रकार से उसको तकलीफ ना हो, पर्यावरण में किसी प्रकार का कोई रहना चाहिए, अव्यवस्था ना फैले। तो इस प्रकार से जो है ये भारतीय जनजातियां वनोपज में, जैसा कि अभी पूर्व में वक्ताओं ने बताया कि हर्रा है, बहेड़ा है और आंवला है, इनका संग्रह करते हैं। जैसे चिरौंजी की बात की गई, अचार जो चार होता है, चिरौंजी का संग्रह करते हैं। महुआ है जो शराब के लिए उपयोग की जाती है। ये तमाम चीजें ये पेड़ों से प्राप्त पेड़ पौधों से प्राप्त करने के कारण इनको ये सुरक्षित रखने का प्रयास करते, इनका नुकसान ना हो इस बात का विशेष ध्यान इनके रखते। दूसरी बात ये, तीसरी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, इनकी जो धार्मिक अवस्था है, धार्मिक अवस्था में मूल रूप से हम देखते हैं कि इनके जो देवी देवता होते हैं, ये देवी देवता जो है प्रत्येक मतलब पेड़ देश में गौड़ जनजाति के लोग जो देवताओं की पूजा करते हैं, उसमें बड़ा देव जो साज के पेड़ में निवास करता है, ऐसा उनका मानना है। तो साज के पेड़ को काटना वर्जित होता है। तो कहने का तात्पर्य यह जंगलों को काटना पूरी तरह से ऐसा ही, हर पेड़ में, हर पेड़ पौधे में कहीं ना कोई देवी देवता इनका निवास करता है और देवी देवताओं के निवास करने के कारण उनको काटना वर्जित है। उसका कारण यह है कि एक तो वो पर्यावरण के लिए आवश्यक है, वनोपज उनसे प्राप्त होती है, उनकी जीविका चलती है, तमाम प्रकार की चीजें जो है वो वनों से प्राप्त करती है, तो उनको बचाए रखने का वो जो है प्रयास करते। अब मनोरंजन के साधनों की यदि हम बात करें तो मनोरंजन के साधन के रूप में इनके पास कोई बहुत ध्वनि प्रदूषण यंत्र नहीं होते हैं। ढोल होते हैं, नगाड़े होते हैं। तो ढोल नगाड़ों में जो बजाने के लिए जो चमड़े का उपयोग किया जाता है, वो पशुओं के चमड़े का उपयोग किया जाता है। ये चमड़े जो पशु जो मर जाते हैं, उनका चमड़ा निकाल करके उनका जो है ढोलों में और नगाड़ों में लगाया जाता है। तो इस प्रकार से हम देखते हैं कि पशुओं को भी अनावश्यक ही नहीं मारते, जितना उनके लिए जरूरी होता है उतना ही मारते हैं। जंगलों पे भी यदि शिकार पे जाते हैं तो ऐसा नहीं कि अंधाधुंध शिकार करने लग जाते। तो इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि ये जो जनजातीय लोग हैं, ये मनोरंजन के साधन के रूप में जो लोग जो साधन यूज करते हैं, उपयोग करते हैं, वो भी प्रकृति से ही प्राप्त करके बनाए हुए होते हैं। इसी प्रकार से हम देखते हैं, जैसे भोजन इनका, यदि हम जनजातियों के भोजन की बात करें, हम जैसे बीमार होते हैं तो डॉक्टर सलाह देते हैं कि आप जो है दलिया का प्रयोग कीजिए। इन जनजातीय लोगों, भारत की जितनी भी जनजातियां जहां भी आप देखेंगे तो ये दलिया बनाई है उसका किया जाता है और नियमित इनके जीवन में प्रतिदिन शामिल होती है। हम लोग बीमार होते हैं तब उसका उपयोग करते हैं। तो कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि ये पर्यावरण से, वातावरण से इतने जुड़े हुए हैं कि उसको किसी प्रकार से कोई नुकसान न हो, इस बात का ध्यान रखा जाता है। मैं के माध्यम से यह बताना चाहता हूं कि आज के युग में हमें पर्यावरण को बचाने की आवश्यकता, और ये पर्यावरण जो पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी सदियों से जनजाति लोग बचाए हुए हैं, संजोए हुए हैं, उनसे हमें सीखने की आवश्यकता। यदि हम उनसे कुछ सीख पाएंगे तो निश्चित तौर से इस भूमंडलीकरण के दौर में हमारे समाज का उद्धार होगा, पर्यावरण को बचाए रखेंगे, जीवन मंडल और बना रहे। आपने मुझे अवसर दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for presenting the paper. Now, I would like to call the fifth presenter, Savita Soni, who is an assistant professor in history from Government College, PG College from MP. Her title is Challenges of Environmental and Sustainable Environment.
Hello.
Yes, please keep your video on.
हेलो,
Yes,
मेरा वॉइस आ रहा है मैम?
yes, please keep your video on.
Hello.
Yes, please keep your video on.
Hello.
Yes.
हेलो, ये वीडियो ऑन नहीं हो रहा है क्या? हेलो.
Yes. Below there is an option for video.
हाँ, हेलो.
Yes.
हाँ,
चलो
अब
next to
आवाज.
unmute.
हेलो. हेलो.
Look
आप
at the
प्लीज अपना
options.
वीडियो ऑन कर दीजिए.
हो गया?
नहीं ऑन हुआ. हाँ हाँ हाँ.
अभी?
Start. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Starting. Good evening, all of you. Koch Foundation, the Director Chairman, समस्त guest और Organizing Committee और सभी मेरे members जो आज इस मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे आज अपना पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए ये प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे उपलब्ध कराया है. That's my first international conference ever. मेरा विषय है पर्यावरणीय धारणीय विकास की चुनौतियां. जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं विकास, जब विकास की बात होती है तो ये एक अनवरत प्रक्रिया है जिसमें मानव का चहुमुखी विकास व कल्याण निहित होता है. इसमें तभी हो सकता है जिसमें प्राकृतिक संपन्नता को हम बनाए रखे जा सके. वर्तमान की भौतिकवादी और वैश्वीकरण की या उपभोक्तावादी संस्कृति इस बढ़ती प्रवृत्ति और स्वार्थपूर्ण नीतियों ने तीव्रतम औद्योगिक विकास और प्रौद्योगिकी गति को प्रदान कर पर्यावरण के लिए भयावह संकट उत्पन्न कर दिया है, जो आज प्रदूषण, प्राकृतिक संसाधनों की कमी, प्राकृतिक व मानव जनित आपदाएं, जैव विविधता का ह्रास, जलवायु परिवर्तन, ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट, ओजोन परत क्षय आदि रूपों के रूप में हमारे सामने प्रकट हुआ है. इससे प्रकृति और धारणीय विकास के मध्य असंतुलन का परिणाम भी कहना उचित हो. वास्तव में धारणीय विकास या पोषणीय विकास की अवधारणा को सर्वप्रथम पर्यावरणविद ब्रंटलैंड ने 1987 ईस्वी में इसको दिया था. इसके अनुसार धारणीय विकास वह प्रक्रिया है जिसमें वर्तमान पीढ़ी को अपनी आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति आने वाली पीढ़ियों की आवश्यकताओं को बिना हानि पहुंचाए करनी. यह प्रकृति के साथ मानव के साहचर्य, उसके प्रति श्रद्धा व सम्मान की भावना पर आधारित, जो कि हमारी प्राचीन जीवन शैली का एक अद्भुत उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करती है. वास्तव में पर्यावरण और विकास पर 1987 में विश्व आयोग के द्वारा भी अब अवर कॉमन फ्यूचर, हमारा सम्मिलित भविष्य के नाम से एक रिपोर्ट प्रकाशित हुई थी, जिसमें धारणीय विकास की अवधारणा को पूर्ण रूप से माना गया था कि इसके आधार पर हम अगर विकास करते हैं तो हमारी भावी पीढ़ी को हम एक प्राकृतिक संसाधनों से परिपूर्ण सौगात देकर जाएंगे. लेकिन आज जितनी भी पर्यावरणीय क्षति हो रही है उसका एकमात्र कारण हम अपनी मानसिकता को कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जिसमें हम सोचते हैं कि हमने जीवित हूँ, मेरी सुख समृद्धि बढ़े और ताकि मैं अत्यधिक सुख सुविधाओं का उपयोग कर सकूं. इस मानसिकता का प्रहार करने के लिए विश्व बैंक के पूर्व अध्यक्ष जॉन स्टीवलफेंसन ने एक स्थान पर कहा था, आगे देखिए और कल्पना कीजिए कि हम किस प्रकार का विश्व चाहते हैं. ठीक अभी नहीं, लेकिन अपने बच्चों के लिए क्या हम अपनी पैतृक संपत्ति का निर्धनता पूर्वक संसाधनहीन विश्व के रूप में छोड़ रहे हैं, जहाँ हमारे सारे लोग भूखे हैं, एक अनिश्चित जलवायु है, कम वन है, कमजोर जैव विविधता है और समाज उससे कहीं अधिक अस्थिर हो गया है, जैसा कि हमको आज दिखाई दिया है. पर्यावरण विकास पर इसके बाद भी कई सारे सम्मेलनों का आयोजन किया गया. इन वैश्विक सम्मेलनों में इन विषयों पर चर्चा भी की गई. इसमें जोहान्सबर्ग का 2002 में जो सम्मेलन ब्राजील में आयोजित किया गया था, उसमें वहां के तत्कालीन सचिव कोफी अन्नान ने भी मुख्य रूप से 5 क्षेत्र, जल, ऊर्जा, स्वास्थ्य, कृषि एवं जैव विविधता, इन 5 विषयों पर व्यापक चर्चा की थी और धारणीय विकास की भावना को महत्व प्रदान किया गया। उक्त प्रयासों के बाद भी आज पर्यावरणीय संकट हमारे सामने एक विकराल रूप ले चुका है, जिसकी कई चुनौतियां हमें आज मानवीय समाज के सामने देखने को मिल रही है। आज हमें आवश्यकता है ऐसी रणनीति अपनाने की जिससे कि पर्यावरणीय क्षति या हानि लगभग शून्य के स्तर पर आ जाए और हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के लिए हम प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का भंडार बचा के छोड़ जाएं, जिसे हम पारिस्थितिकी अनुरूप विकास भी कह सकते हैं। ऐसे धारणीय विकास के लिए मार्गदर्शिका सिद्धांतों का पालन करना हमें अति आवश्यक है। कि कुछ विद्वान जैसे के मानते हैं कि पर्यावरण संकट का मूल कारण तो तकनीकी और प्रौद्योगिकी है, ऐसा उन्होंने कहा है। अगर प्रौद्योगिकी और तकनीकी का विकास होता तो वे कहते हैं जब भी ये समस्या उत्पन्न होती है तो उसका समाधान भी इसके साथ में उत्पन्न हो जाता है। जॉन विलियम्स ने लिखा है, टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोड्यूस द क्राइसिस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी कैन एंड इट। ये वास्तव में सत्य सिद्ध होती है, क्योंकि ये तकनीकी स्वतः कार्य नहीं करेगी, लेकिन इसके लिए हम लोगों को एकजुट होकर विकास की एक नई दिशा प्रदान करना होगी, नई तकनीकियों का विकास करना होगा। पर्यावरण को क्षति पहुंचाने वाले उन हानिकारकों से कारक फैक्टर्स जितने भी होंगे उन सबका हमें संरक्षण करना, उनसे हमें बच निकलने के प्रभाव नए साधनों को खोजना होगा। हमारा यहाँ पर सबसे टिकाऊ जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की बात की जाती है, किस तरह से की जाएगी, उसके कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सिद्धांतों की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगी। जैसे कि हमें बताया गया है कि उत्पादन प्रमुख सिद्धांत, जैसे कि उत्पादन क्षेत्र में पारिस्थितिकी मित्रवत प्रौद्योगिकी को अपनाया जाए, मींस इको फ्रेंडली टेक्निक्स को हम यूज करें। अगला है, अगर हम कोई भी परियोजना या विकास की योजना बनाते हैं किसी भी तरह की, उसमें 3 ई को विशेष ध्यान दिया जाए। इसमें है पहला एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन, पर्यावरण सुरक्षा, दूसरा है इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस, पारिस्थितिकी संतुलन बनाए रखना, और इकोनॉमिक इफिशिएंसी, आर्थिक दक्षता को बनाए रखना भी बहुत आवश्यक है। इसके साथ ही उत्पादन का जब विकेंद्रीकरण किया जाए तो उसमें बहुत बड़े क्षेत्र हैं, जन भागीदारी को अधिक से अधिक बढ़ा दिया जाए। समग्र जीवन चक्र प्रबंधन भूमंडलीय आधार पर किया जाए ताकि संसाधनों का संरक्षण को एक प्रभावशाली दिशा दी जाए, क्योंकि भूमंडलीकरण के आधार पर अगर हम इस तरह का प्रबंधन अपनाएंगे तो सभी को इसमें क्षेत्र विशेष के अनुसार इसका लाभान्वित सभी हो पाएंगे। अगला है कि प्रभावशाली जवाबदेही तंत्र, इफेक्टिव और अकाउंटेबिलिटी सिस्टम, इसका विकास किया जाना हर देश के लिए बहुत अधिक आवश्यक है, जिससे कि पर्यावरण और पारिस्थितिकी को नुकसान पहुंचाने वालों के खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए। ऐसा नहीं कि इसे इजीली छोड़ दिया जाए। पारिस्थितिकी साक्षरता, इको लिटरेसी को भी प्रभावशाली हमें बनाना पड़ेगा। एक ऐसा व्यापक आंदोलन हमें चलाना है जिससे हर व्यक्ति का पारिस्थितिकी पर्यावरण संरक्षण में विशेष योगदान रहे। अगला, राष्ट्रीय विकास पर प्रभावी जनमत निर्माण करने के लिए हमें पर्यावरणविदों, शैक्षिक कार्यकर्ताओं, गैर सरकारी संगठनों सभी मदद लेनी पड़ेगी। और अंत में विश्व के सभी राष्ट्र और पर्यावरण के संबंध में वैश्विक जितनी भी संधियां की जाती है, प्रोटोकॉल्स होते हैं, उन सबको पूर्णतः मान्यता दी जाए और उन जितने भी प्रोटोकॉल संधियों के तहत निर्देश जारी होते हैं उन सबका पूर्ण रूपेण अनुपालन किया जाना हमें आवश्यक है। जब तक हम इन सभी चीजों को, इन सिद्धांतों को पूर्णतः नहीं अपनाएंगे, तब तक हम पर्यावरण संरक्षण की बात पूरी बातें ही करते रह जाएंगे, हम धारणीय विकास को नहीं ले पाएंगे, क्योंकि इसके बिना ये संभव नहीं है। भारत की जहां तक बात करते हैं तो भारत ने भी अपनी समस्या का निराकरण करने के लिए काफी कुछ प्रयास किया है। जब से इस प्रोटोकॉल को आया है, यहाँ पर गैर पारंपरिक जल स्रोत विभाग की स्थापना की, बाद में स्वतंत्र मंत्रालय बनाया गया। 87 से उन्होंने नवीनीकरणीय ऊर्जा विकास अभिकरणों की भी स्थापना की। उसके बाद ये समस्त संस्थान हमारे देश में विकास करते चले आ रहे हैं। जहाँ तक नवीन औद्योगिक नीति, पर्यावरण नीति आदि का निर्माण भी हमारे देश में आवश्यकता के अनुसार किया जा रहा है, लेकिन केवल इन नीतियों के निर्माण करने से ही हमारे देश का विकास पर्यावरण के अनुरूप नहीं है। इसके लिए हमें विश्व के संकट को निराकरण करने के लिए स्तरीकृत में एक निश्चित क्रम को अपनाते हुए प्रत्येक स्तर पर कार्य करते हुए ही सबको एकजुट कर इसका पालन करना होगा, तभी हम अपने पर्यावरण के लिए संरक्षण को महत्व दे पाएंगे। अगर हमने समय रहते इसको ध्यान नहीं दिया तो हमारी भावी पीढ़ियां नैसर्गिक सौगातों से वंचित रह जाएगी। इसके लिए जहां पर्यावरण बोध और चेतना को विस्तार देना होगा, वही हमें धारणीय संपोषी विकास के इन सिद्धांतों को धरातल पे उतारकर पर्यावरण विकास दोनों को बचाना होगा, तभी हम हमारे पर्यावरण का संरक्षण कर पाएंगे। औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों की बात जहाँ की जाती है कि विधा औद्योगिक क्षेत्र के हम कैसे इसका निर्माण कर पाएंगे, हमारे भारत में इंफोसिस है, ITC, वेलकम पेट, TCS है, HP, ऐसी कंपनियों ने इस क्षेत्र में अनेक सराहनीय कार्य किए हैं। पेप्सी और कोक भी, कोका कंपनी भी अपने इस्तेमाल किए जाने वाले प्लास्टिक मटेरियल को विकास पे काम कर रही है। माइक्रो सिस्टम और सिस्को ग्रीन को ले तो ये भी अपने ग्रीन हाउस पर्यावरण को लेकर कार्य करती है। इन्होंने ग्रीन डाटा सेंटर का निर्माण कराया है। गूगल ने भी सौर ऊर्जा पर अपनी निर्भरता बढ़ाई जा रही है। इसी प्रकार अन्य जैसे यूनिग्लोब जैसी कंपनियां ग्रीन ट्रेवल को मुहैया करा रही है। कार्बन क्रेडिट सिस्टम का भी चलन हमारे यहाँ आ चुका है। पेप्सी को इंडिया ने 25% पवन ऊर्जा, सौर ऊर्जा, बायोगैस पर अपनी निर्भरता बढ़ा ली है। तमिलनाडु में देश का पहला रिमोट विंड टर्बाइन लगाया गया है। 30,000 टन से ज्यादा यहाँ के कार्बन सर्जन में कमी की है। इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि एक डे बाई डे औद्योगिक संस्थान भी इस प्रकार के कार्यों को करने में, पर्यावरण संरक्षण में अपना अमूल्य योगदान दे रहे हैं। भारत में सैमसंग ने भी LED उत्पादन में पारा और सीसा जैसे तत्वों को अपने निर्माण कार्य से रखा है। ये भी एक वास्तव में अनूठी पहल है। HSBC इंडिया बैंक भी कार्बन की उपस्थिति को कम करने के लिए कार्बन न्यूट्रल बैंक बन गया है। ये विश्व का पहला ऐसा बैंक है जिसने कार्बन को कम करने के योजित ढंग से ये प्रयास किए हैं। $9 करोड़ का निवेश कर इस कार्यक्रम को व्यापक रूप से चढ़ाया है, जिसमें से कि गीला कचरे से खाद बनाई जाए, सूखे कचरे की रिसाइकलिंग किया जाए। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गाड़ियों के चलन ने भी पर्यावरण संरक्षण में अपनी भूमिका निभाई। सेफ लेब्स वर्ष 2020 तक अपना कार्बन फुटप्रिंट 51% तक घटाने के लिए उसने वैश्विक टारगेट रखा। वास्तव में ये एक सराहनीय प्रयास है। उन्होंने भी ग्रीन हाउस गैस में 25% का लक्ष्य रखा है। टोयोटा क्लॉक्स ने 1,30,000 पेड़ लगाकर बेंगलुरु में इस चीज की पर्यावरण फ्रेंडली होता है। इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों ने इस प्रकार की पहल की है। इसी तरह एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र में भी जैविक खेती, हॉर्टिकल्चर्स और मतलब उन्नत बीज प्रसंस्करण, इन सब चीजों का उपयोग डे बाई डे बढ़ता जा रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे अगर हम इसके लिए व्यापक प्रचार प्रसार करेंगे और सरकार और संस्थान, इसके अलावा अन्य संस्थान के इसमें सहयोग प्रदान करेंगे तो वास्तव में हमारे पर्यावरण के लिए पाएंगे।
Thank you, Savita Soni, for presenting your paper in this conference. Now, I would like to invite a sixth paper presenter, Imade Sudarsana. He is an lecturer, Department of Religions and Arts, Universitas of Indonesia. His topic is Variga Bilog as a body discipline, local wisdom in Bali. Yes, sir.
How can we use the slide in this?
On the topmost, there is an option of share. You can share your content.
Yes, under the optional here. Here. Oh yeah, share content. So for Microsoft PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay. Sudah bisa terbaca. Okay. I am Thomas Pangestu on behalf of Made Sudarsana. In here, we are going to learn one of the most wanted topic in this community that we are living in today. It is connected and it is dealing with ecosystem and it's dealing with the human. So in this topic, we are going to talk a little bit about more technical terms, but I hope everybody will understand what we're talking about, because this is deeply rooted in Bali, and with this epidemic, which is the COVID-19, the Balinese are surviving with this system actually. So since we imply this system in more social life, we are going to present this to you now. Okay, so first of all, I would like to introduce you. This is Wariga. We call our system as Wariga. This is the system of. This is English person. Okay, so this is the system of Balinese calendar as a local wisdom. Yeah. Okay. First of all, this is the introduction to Wariga. So it is a cultural base because it is the local wisdom of Bali. It connects with the behavior of the nature and the behavior of human being. Then, from the behavior of the nature and the human being, we connected with the environment. How do we connect with the environment? So this system of calendar we call Wariga, it is a discipline. It is a science where it is an ethic between human and the nature. And it is also a logos, a method of system to count the time. Kala, Yama. So as before, we heard about Yama. Yama is time. Yama is the universe of ethic that we have to understand. Now we are going to understand each other with the same term, yeah? So what is Wariga Block? Wariga Block calendar system is written by Ida Pendana Nyoman Tumuku, is a form of discipline that Wariga Block calendar is a system of calendar which is written by Ida Pendana Nyoman Tumuku. It is a form of discipline that teach about how human behave to know the kala, yama, that corporate a good or bad set of mind program, depend on the step and action that is determined by the time. The understanding for one human behavior can be explained by the time when that human born. So in here we are going to learn about the term where the human is related with the universe. So in Bali we have a concept of wisdom that is called Trihita Karana. Okay. Yep. So in Bali, Trihatakarana is a holistic philosophy of life. Brahma controls the harmony of the universe. Human has the responsibility to protect harmony by understanding the law of the nature and the universe. That is where the ethic comes from. That is where the yama, which is the ethic of the universe, which is time, controls human, controls the life in it. If we don't cooperate that, if we don't get ourselves to be harmony with the universe, it is where human think about natural disaster and overgrowth and less recycle, more the need of the human. But in this discipline, we must understand the law of the nature, the law of Yama, the law of the universe. How universe work in harmony will give wealth for human. The existence of Warigabelo calendar system, which is written by Ida Perdana Nyoman Temuku, is helpful as the existence of Warigabelo calendar system, which is written by Ida Perdana Nyoman Temuku, is helpful as a guidance to work for projects, whether for social, economic, as far as religion and belief system. For everyday life, one can find a good day by understanding relation between the Urip Saptawara and Urip Pancawara of the individual and the Urips of the nature. This is a basic calculation that is needed for business professionals and leaders. In Wariga system, we have 4 given human rights, which is called Guru, Ratu, Lara, and Pati. So how do you get Guru, Ratu, Lara, and Pati? That is the calculation between the universe and the individual.
Please start showing your presentation.
Okay. Is it shown now?
Your presentation is not visible.
I
Yes,
saw
now
in
it is.
yeah. So I'm getting back to this topic. Okay. So the existence of Warigabelo calendar system written by Ida Perdana Nyoman Temuku is helpful as a guidance to work for projects, whether for social, economic, till as far as religion and belief system. For everyday life, one can find a good day by understanding relations between Urip Saptawara and Urip Pancawara of the individual and the Urip of the nature. This is a basic calculation that is needed for business professionals and leaders. So here it is, the 4 human rights in Wariga, which is Guru, Ratu, Lara, and Pati. Okay, how do we get Guru, Ratu, Lara, and Pati? Is that we have to calculate the calculation of the universe. Then we have to calculate our own individual calculation. Then we combine it. Then we will have this Guru, Ratu, Lara, and Pati. So over here in Bali, we have this understanding where the nature have to work as it should be, while human have to cope with the nature rather than human try to change the nature. So it has to work all the way around. So conclusion, Wariga is a falak science, means calculating the distance of the sun and the moon directly shines on earth. This will cause a cycle which affect the human nature. And what is belog? Belog mean behavior, environment, logos. The harmony of human behavior with the mother nature. Same with the blind in knowledge. Blind for eyes could also mean blind for the hearing, but could be true with logic. Man was born, brought upon catur bakal kahuripan. They are Guru, Ratu, Lara, and Pati. We as Balinese people, we must survive in this pandemic because we have calculated this before. So therefore, we have the belief system, for example, the silent day. It is also based on this calculation. And with this calculation, we can see before it happens, before the human have any programs, that something will happen on 2020. That is for for example. That is also why, according to the data, that is our community in Bali has less COVID-19 infection than any other island, any other place in the world. So we get back to our conclusion. So what is Wariga Belok calendar system? So it is a science that is calculating the distance of the sun and the moon directly shines on earth. This will cause a cycle which affect the human nature. So thank you for having our presentation, having our topic that can be combined with any one topic in this conference, because this topic is really important for the human as long as they directly get affected by the sun and the moon. Therefore, we, the Balinese, would like to share this science for the whole people in the world, so that people in the world will try to communicate with us and get to know more about this belief, this calendar system, this science. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, sir, for presenting the paper. Now, I would like to call Geeta Ajit, who is an assistant professor at VES Institute of Technology, Chembur. Her topic is Environment and Development, Challenges and Strategies for Conservation of house sparrows.
Walaupun ya kita nggak terlalu handy sama ini.
Can you hear me, Meghna? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I'll share my content.
Yeah, just a second.
Okay.
I would request Amit Sudarsana to stop sharing your content. You can stop sharing your content similarly the way you have started sharing your screen. You'll get an option at topmost, share and stop sharing. Yeah. Ma'am, you may start.
Okay, and am I on? Am I visible? And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not able to see my content out here. Okay, I'll just share it once again. Can it be okay, I think
it
share
might be
application, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody, and it's been really great to be on in this conference, and there've been wonderful presentations so far. 1 minute, just 1 minute, please. Okay, sorry.
Press
F5
button.
Do I have to close something, Meghna?
F5
Hello?
button.
F5 button. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you able to see my? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you, Meghna, and thanks to Kash Foundation that I'm able to present this, do the small presentation. Honestly, it was around 7 years before where the environmental studies had just been introduced, maybe in a 4 or 5 years by the government in the educational body. And it was 7 years before my students had done a presentation. They were told, I told them, pick up anything from nature and do it. And my students had done this presentation on the disappearing house sparrows. And it's only then that I realized that it's true. When I was a child, I used to see sparrows all around me. I remember having balconies where my sparrows would wake, they would be waking me up in the morning, they're chirping, and it would be a wonderful morning to listen, to wake up to. But today, we rarely see the sparrows. Where have they gone? They're no more at our window sills. We don't see them pecking noisily in front of those bania shops. And it's not just, I thought it was just Mumbai, but it's not Mumbai. And the more I started looking into it, I found world over, the sparrows have started disappearing. And it's not a very good sign when we see this kind of species that has always been around with us humans, and it builds its nest around us. That is no more with us. So what is going wrong with the environment? What is happening that the sparrows which have built their community to where us human beings live, they are leaving us, or they are not there with us anymore. So hence my study on the house sparrows and the challenges and strategies to conserve it, because it has really become very, very important. Okay, so let's go first to a little facts about the sparrows. We have, they are very sedentary birds. They do not travel more than 1 or 2 kilometers in search of food. So they just live around the vicinity. You have a sparrow living near your house, you have them with you. You will never find a sparrow settlement in the forest areas or where human settlement is not there. They always do human settlement. And of course, the thatched houses and bungalows where they have their niches and corners, that's where they build their houses. Coming to food, they are omnivorous. They're basic, they love and they prefer seeds, especially the waste greens. Of course, they do have livestock feed, wheat, insects, especially during the breeding season. And the best part is these are not migratory birds. They they're always there where they begin it. They are the ones that pick up worms and foods from, worms and insects from our food grains. They clean up when we have thrown food outside, the bread and the rice grains. They pick it up and they eat it. They basically clean up the environment. So, in other words, they play a vital role in maintaining the health of the ecosystem. And somewhere we are losing everything. So let me go to the next one. What is happening to the sparrow? Why are we not able to see them anymore? That is because the population has declined. I'm giving just a small statistics out here, but if you go to the worldwide statistics, even worse. Like the studies have shown, they had done a survey in Andhra Pradesh. It was seen that 80%, there's a reduction of 80% of sparrows in Andhra Pradesh. Kerala, Gujarat, and Rajasthan have 20% decline. 70% in the coastal areas, 90% in Mumbai, the city where I live in. So, bird watchers and natural enthusiasts, they're actually concerned about this decline in one of the most commonest urban species. This ubiquitous sparrow is now not at all to be seen or very rarely seen. Is it slowly being pushed towards extinction? We really have to worry about it a great deal. So what are the reasons? Why do we find the decline in sparrows? I've divided into five parts. I'm sure there'll be many more, but this is the broad horizons on the compartments in which I have divided it. The first is food scarcity. Earlier, we would find these sparrows freely picking from the gunny bags of these banya shops that we have close by. They had these gunny bags and there was always spillage from these gunny bags. And we would find this flock of sparrows out there feeding on them. And again, to talk of these habits of these sparrows, even they have a pecking order. It is like the big, huge male, which will be more black and grayish in color. They would peck first, and then would come the other younger species, which are usually light brown and gray in color. They would peck later. So they had a pecking order. They've always lived in flock of groups out there. Many times these banyas would also put their sack of grains outside for the customers to view. And we would always find these sparrows coming over to peck on them and have their heart's content of food. But now we have started changing it. It is stored in plastic bags, in air-conditioned shopping centers. So they do not have access to this free food that they used to have. Earlier, in the olden, maybe around a decade before, they used to always find women who would be cleaning the rice and grains, and they would throw out the dead or the unwanted rice and grains from the grains that they're cleaning. And it would be these sparrows that would come and pick up all these grains, these food grains, which are thrown out by these women. Today, there are no more balconies, no more verandas, no more women who sit around and who clean grains. It all comes in packets which are clean, which shows to our changing lifestyle. And this changing lifestyle is affecting our friends, the sparrows. Secondly, we have started planting trees which are pleasing to our eye, which is not native to the surroundings. Earlier, they had native plants like adulsa, mendi, which would provide insects or aphids which to feed them on. There were caterpillars and insects which they require. They don't find them anymore because those trees are not around anymore. These young sparrows, when they go, the young ones are always fed on insects and worms because they need the proteins to grow. And the young bird from its hatching stage to the time it leaves the nest is just a span of around 2 weeks. So they really need a huge, good diet of protein-rich food which they get from worms and insects. But again, that is being denied because they don't have these plants around them. So because of which they're not able to feed their young one. And so again, we find we are pushing the sparrows away from us. Next, habitat loss. Like I said earlier, the sparrows do not build their nest on trees or forests. They build it in the niches and cavities that they find in old houses and buildings. But today with the glass facade business buildings, we don't have these crannies and nooks anymore. They don't have places to build their nests, and they need very small places which they can safely bring their young ones away from the predatory big birds. Now there is no such facility available to them, so they cannot build their nests, and so again we are cutting off. They have started reducing their population because they don't have nests, they don't have a house anymore to build. They don't have places to build their nests. So you can imagine what is happening to them. The third, pollution and predators. Coming back, it is the amount of chemical fertilizers that we use on our grains. And even the little that they get, we find that these chemicals are killing these birds, and which is again causing to the decline of their population. Secondly, the amount of garbage. I think one of the speakers had already spoken about the number of waste created by human beings. So the mounting pile of garbage around us is again another issue which brings down the population of these sparrows. The huge amount of garbage attracts not just rodents and rats, but also crows, stray cats, and other predatory birds. So they start increasing in number. Now we know that the population of crows have really gone to, they have double and triple completely. So we find that as the population of these predatory animals grow, the population of these small tiny birds as sparrows go on decline. Like I have this picture here which is a little horrifying. We can see the crow making a meal of this young sparrow out here, and this has been a probably quite a huge number of sparrows have fallen as prey to these birds which are increasing in population, and so we find them again, the population coming down. And yes, of course, next, cell phone radiation. The electromagnetic fields and radiation created by mobile towers are known to affect sparrows. Yes. And the effect of this radiation not only has a damage to the immune, which immunes and the nervous system of the sparrows, but also with the navigation sensors. Apart from that, it is also found that it has an effect on the mating time of these sparrows, because of which they do not mate with these radiations around, and which again causes to the decline. There has been a number of suggestions put forward to the government that there should be at least 1 kilometer distance between two towers, any two towers that we have. And also these towers should be at least from a height of 80 to 180 feet, so that these small birds are protected from this radiation, and they will not be harmed by these harmful radiations, which probably can bring back to the original natural lifestyles. But it is, we have to still see nothing has happened so far, in spite of the various proposals put forward to the government. Next, The sparrows take a mud bath and a water bath. Now the mud bath is very important because they require it to cool their system. So you'll find them having a mud bath, spraying the mud on their body, and just like how they have a water bath, you'll find them pushing themselves into the mud and spraying the mud all over them. Now there's no more mud. It's all concrete. They don't find this mud anymore, which is affecting their lifestyle. And as a process, the system of the birds when it is affected, it definitely reduces their lifestyle, and we find them again declining or not being able to live up to the usual standards of what the old process were. So what is the effect or the impact on humans with this declining lifestyle that we have? Is something that we really have to look in. It has been found, the loss of birds may contribute to the spread of West Nile virus, which is transmitted by mosquitoes. Now, what is the reasoning behind it? Here, the more the number of birds, so the more the number of the fewer number the mosquito will be infecting lesser human beings, as because they have more birds to infect. So it because when there are more birds to bite, mosquitoes will bite proportionally fewer people, partly reducing the chances of either picking or spreading the infection. So this again affects us. Then the declining sparrow population indicates a dangerous level of air pollution. We have already seen of radiation and also air pollution, which we know these are all signals sent by the environment to the human beings that we have to change. If we don't, we are again going to go on to decline, or as we already know, we are already under house arrest with this COVID-19. So what are we taking our environment to? What is the path that we need to change? It is an indicator for us. Secondly, since sparrows are mainly grain eaters, it shows the high pesticides in food grains. If the sparrows are dying in such huge numbers by eating these grains, it shows that how much pesticides we human beings are consuming, and which definitely is going to have a negative effect on our health. So we really need to think about all this and how it is going on. Dr. Asad Rahmani, he is the director of Bombay Natural History Society. He says that the disappearance of the highly adaptable sparrow is the first warning signals for humans. And if we don't take cognizance of that, we are only moving towards the impending disaster. So we have to take note of this decline sparrows, where they are not, the decline of sparrows is something we have to be greatly concerned with. The next is, okay, so we come back that we know the sparrows are such chirpy, lovely birds. Is there any way that we can help them? How can we revive them? We need to reach out to nature. We cannot be selfish anymore. I think all the speakers earlier have been telling the same thing, that we shouldn't be selfish anymore. So how can we bring in our little friends back into our lives? One is by putting up little boxes on the tree which sparrows could use as nests. So I've given these pictures, and these are not very difficult to make. You can use even cardboard boxes. As long as you paint them, the sparrows are quite happy to build their nest in them. Only thing we've got to make sure is that we do not make the hole bigger than what is required. Because the minute you make a bigger hole, then the predatory birds will go in and eat away the eggs or the young ones, and again we will lose our lovely friends. Secondly, even the perching stick. We should try to see that we don't keep a perching stick next to boxes, the little boxes that we put on it. Because if you put this perching stick next on the boxes, the bird box, we think it will be good for the sparrow to perch on, but it is only the predatory birds that will go and come and perch in. So we should avoid doing this. These are the few don'ts that we have to remember when we are building this box. So it's very easy. We don't have to. We just have to use even a small cardboard box, and we can do it. We don't need anything. Then we can keep feeder with grains, insects, and water to help the sparrow settle. So keep small bowls where we can keep the small bird feed, and we can invite the sparrows to come back and live with us. We can, of course, plant native species of plants to help build a sparrow-friendly habitat and espouse the insect population. Because without insects, they will not be able to nurture the young ones. The young babies of these sparrows live on these insects, the protein-rich insects. So if we do not provide them insects like caterpillars and other small insects, they will not be able to nurture the young ones, and they will have an immature death. So we need to do that. Set up a water bath, especially in summer, to allow the birds to drink and bathe. So I put a picture out there. You can put it, or even put a plate. There are many ways that we can put in and help the water, especially now it's really the scorching heat. So probably this will help the sparrows to cool themselves and have the water baths that they can have. The last point is kitchen waste could be transferred into biomanure, and the decomposition will help to develop of microbes that these birds feed on. So probably if we go into, instead of just putting this into the garbage where, and adding to the garbage outside, where the predatory birds will increase in number and again prey on these young birds, we could use it in a more substantial way, which in turn will provide food for these young friends of ours, and where they can live on these insects. Now, most of us do know that the World Sparrow Day is celebrated on March 20th. And this credit goes to a person, a young man, Muhammad Dilawar from Nasik. And he was the one who realized, in his hometown that these young sparrows are decreasing. And he promised that I will see that I will not, at least I will do my best to ensure that they do not become an extinct species anymore. And he went on to form this Nature Forever Society, and it is their initiative finally which got accepted as March 20th being celebrated as a World Sparrow Day. And since 2009, it is now celebrated in more than 50 countries. And there are more and more people who is becoming aware that we do need to recognize that this species has now becoming an endangered species, and they have started having a statistics and started keeping a count of it, because which was not done till now. People never bothered. It was always there. It was taken for granted. It's only when they started disappearing that they realized that now they have to do a study on it and keep a track of it, and that's what happened. And this young man, Mr. Muhammad Dilawar, has been named as the Heroes of the Environment for the 2008 Time magazine, he's even now doing a tremendously wonderful work in preserving and conserving the sparrow population. So that's more or less what I have on this, and hopefully all of us together will contribute to probably conserve and protect this young birds, our friends who always want humans to live with, and we are the ones who throwing them away. So thank you very much, and it was really a pleasure being out here. Megha, over to you.
Yes,
Megha, over to you. So can I just, how do I get out?
On the topmost, there is an option share.
Stop, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting the paper. Viewers, we also like to share that Dr. Geeta Ajit is also editor-in-chief of Kash Connect quarterly newsletter, and Dr. Geeta Ajit is also associated as a co-member of Kash Foundation. Now, I would request our chairperson, Luisa Rodriguez, ma'am, to give concluding remarks on our paper presenters. Ma'am, we would like to have you on board. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Megha. It was really a pleasure and wonderful to listen to a variety here. Several paper presenters over here, and just remarks on each and every paper. The first paper, sensitivity to sustainability exploitation. Here, Amit Tiwari tries to show how commercialization of consumer products like meat and dairy is detrimental to the environment. But a detailed study of this kind, and he tried to show that about how vegan will be vegan consumption of vegan product will reduce the impact on as far as the environmental impact as such is concerned. But there's so much of detailed information about this. So detailed study related to more consumer products and would be appreciated. No doubt he tried to bring in the most important aspect, keeping in line the theme of the seminar, that how you sensitize the people, the need to conserve the environment by showing how, by showing the commercialization of this product. So sensitivity is one thing. So what is very important is environmental, what you can say as activism. And I would like to put on record here, yes, the founder of Kash Foundation is very active in carrying out these environmental protection programs, which we have seen it very often when it came to the national park in Borivali. The second speaker, Dhanram Uveri, okay, impact of development in Bombay, and he speaks about the tribes who are dependent on the natural resources and how it's important for their subsistence and for their sustainability, and how the infrastructural projects, including what you see is the social infrastructure, the roads, the highways, the tourism has affected the environment. He makes a very important or interesting point over here, and that is how it is necessary to maintain a delicate balance between the development and conserving the environment. I think this is the most important challenge to everyone, for that matter, globally as well as over India over here. That on one hand, we speak about development, and obviously when there is development, it will harm the environment. And then how do you maintain this balance between the development of environment and conserving the environment? So if this paper could come up with certain suggestions, because the paper has to be a little reflective, how you make the audience reflect on when you come up with the certain strategies to be adopted to conserve, to maintain the balance and conserve the environment. If you see in my research, which I'm where my book has been recently published on development and deforestation, making of urban Bombay 19th century, where you find that the colonial rulers, the masters, they also had this particular problem of how do you maintain the balance, because everything in the 19th century was made of timber, whether it was houses, whether it was shipbuilding, whether it was furniture, whether it was railway sleepers or everything, and fuel for that matter. So they also had this problem of maintaining a balance, but they did try to maintain the balance. Although the British were not known for scientific forestry, it was Germany was known for scientific forestry and sustainable development, but they took lessons from them and they did try to reclaim the forest. So one has to look at, take lessons from history to know what were the policies then and how were the policies which was carried out by the post-colonial governments. The third speaker, Meenakshi Kori, she talks about how important it is to look at Indian culture. We go back to our roots, the Indian philosophy, and relevant for environmental protection. And therefore, you have this sacred groves, sacred where the certain, you can say that the certain patches in the green cover is devoted to a particular deity, and how these are conserved. and how important it is in the wake of this COVID virus, how important the trees are today. She tried to bring out subtly into this paper. Even the sacred groves are very much prevalent in Maharashtra here, and now they are considered to be as a protected forest, and nobody can encroach upon these particular forests or do any harm to this particular forest. But these sacred groves are very, very few. So if you see the development taking place so rapidly in Maharashtra, especially in the post-colonial period, I feel our government have been more brutal than the British government in deforesting, because of the difference. What we see is commercialization of forest-based products. So you have commercialization of forest-based products as it is, which is depleting the cover, and it is also being a threat to the people, the tribal people living in that particular area, and affecting their subsistence level. The next paper, Ramla Prasad, talks about Indian tribes and the harmony to environment, how Indian tribes have always been in harmony with the environment, how they are so knowledgeable as far as the environment concerned, how they try to carry out cultivation and how they try to carry out hunting as a result of without disturbing the environment. But yes, one need to have a little critical approach. It's not that each and every tribal people are in harmony with the environment. So we just can't, even when you talk about historically, no doubt the tribes have been in harmony with environment, but even during the colonial period, one need not romanticize by saying that yes, the Indian tribes have always been in harmony with the environment. The next paper, because one more thing which I want to point out is this shifting cultivation is also carried out by the tribal people. So even historically, if you see on the Western Ghats and on the others, you have the shifting cultivation slash and burn in the form of kumri and in the form of doom, where they would cut the forest and grow the crops as such. And the British made efforts to stop the shifting cultivation. So one has to look at all these minute things when you're developing the paper. The next paper, Savita Soni, Challenges in Environment Sustainable Development, talks about how we need to have friendly techniques and the government role also, how stringent measures should be taken to harm the environment, how there is now carbon credit as such. Although these measures have been taken, if proper measures could be suggested to make, keeping in mind the theme of the conference as sustainable development, how to make it more sustainable, how we need to have a holistic approach towards the environment, and how can it be really implemented? Because if you talk about green, what you can say, eco-friendly products, then how many people are able to use this eco-friendly, especially the poor people? What about them? So one need to look at it from that angle too. Well, as far as the next paper, Variga Belog, that is Image Sudarsana, who talked about the calendar system, how it is so relevant and important in Bali, and how it can be carried out in several projects. Yes, of course, we go back to our roots, we go back ancient times, but yeah, things are far more developed even today. Even when the shipbuilding was taking place, even the earlier time, when no science and technology developed, one had to look upon nature and then navigate their ships. So, fine. And the last paper was a very interesting paper, that is Gita Ajit, who talked about the role of the vital role of the sparrow in the ecosystem, and how these sparrows, how and why these sparrows have declined, and how we need to, certain steps he suggested we need to conserve them. Yes, no doubt, one need to look at the root cause of deforestation. This is what I've done in the research, my research, that one need to look at the root cause of deforestation, and it was found that yes, many a time it is depleting the cover. The British, who did not follow scientific forestry, who took the help of German foresters, who made it more sustainable later, which happened much later. By that time, the green cover was really depleted to a great extent in the late 19th century. So here you do find that commercialization of forests was one of the main reasons for deforestation. And although afforestation programs were carried out, the trees of commercial importance, like the teak, was given a lot of importance. So you do find that it did monoculture plantation did affect the biodiversity. So certainly it has affected the biodiversity, and the depletion of these species. You find it's not just the sparrow, but the other species also you don't see that. I that I not share this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Louisa Rodriguez, ma'am, for elaborating and meticulous observation. We indeed got the best chairperson for the technical session. We at Kash Foundation, Center of Academic, Professional and Development, believe in giving opportunities to scholars from local to global. Now, I would like to It's with great honor I would like to invite Maid Adi Vidyatmika of the valedictory speaker of our conference. He also encourages Kash Foundation constantly in their academic activities. He is MSI lecturer, Engineering Department, Universitas Hindu from Indonesia. His title of presentation is the Balinese Traditional Spatial Concept and Land Use Management.
Okay. Thank you, Mega. Can you hear me? Am I audible
Yes.
and visible also?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello everyone.
Video on.
Yes, I just put my video on. Am I visible?
Okay. No, you're not visible. I think there is a network issue.
Yeah, I think so. Because here my video is already on. So let's just keep it. Maybe it will work later. So yeah. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Mega, and good evening, everyone. Okay. My name is Adi from Engineering Department of Hindu University of Indonesia, and first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to CAS Foundation for inviting me to join this great webinar tonight, because here in my side is already 9:30 p.m. So I think it's a little bit dark, my background. So I think the conference theme is also very interesting, that increase our consciousness for the sustainability of the environment. That we all know that the nature we are living now, the environment we are living now, is belong to our next generation, belongs to our grandchildren, our grandchildren. So it is our responsibility to keep the environments to so our next generation will get also the goodness of our environment right now. And my topics is about the local traditional knowledge. Maybe some speaker also already mentioned about the knowledge. And the topic is traditional Balinese spatial concept in gaining the environment sustainability, with focus is in land management, land use management. But before we come to the focus, I would like to view. Yeah, I will send my presentation. I hope it will work. Okay, so everyone can see my PowerPoint. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Before we come to my topic, I would like to review as Dr. Afkas mentioned, the deep ecology. Yeah, the deep ecology. How the deep ecology encourage us to back to the nature. Yeah, to learn from the indigenous people, that we know that indigenous people have the ecological ethic. Yeah, how they put how they take place in the environment. So I think it is a good strategy to keep the sustainable of the environment. So the deep ecology, according to the United Nations Permanent Forum, the deep ecology is defined as the worldwide view that see the human as just one species of many species in Earth, and all form of life have intrinsic value and have the right to exist. So not only human, but all the species have intrinsic values and a right to exist. And local people, indigenous people, build their own ethic. Yeah, build their own ethic to take place in the environment. Yeah. So they have the most essential principle is the harmony and balance between human, between the nature, and between the God. So I think many concept of we have more than 370 million indigenous people, yeah, spread across the worldwide. So I think uh, the way they take place in the environment, it's a good thing, a good strategy to keep the environment good. So in the land management context, I will make it fast because I think the time is already getting dark now. So in the land management context, yeah, uh, the problem is the land use change. Yeah, this since the increases of the population. Yeah, the problem that rise right now is the land use change. So I think the development planning should apply the integrated management. That one of the aspect of integrated management is considering the social aspect, yeah, social, political, economic, environmental, and institutional factors. Once mentioned about the social life, so we can include the traditional knowledge into the strategic plan. So how does the traditional knowledge play roles in land use management? As my friend mentioned before in Made Sudarsana presentation, he also mentioned about the three Hitakarana concept. Here in the land management aspect, we also apply the three Hitakarana. So I would like to explain about the three Hitakarana concept in aspect of land use, land management. So it has been mentioned before that the three Hitakarana consists of Parhyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan. Parhyangan is the harmonious relationship with God. Pawongan is the relationship among human, and Palemahan is a relationship between human and their nature. So, in the concept of a spatial, in the traditional spatial, Trihitakarna apply in village religion, customary village in Bali, and also in residential division. So you can see in the image below in my presentation. This is the structure of traditional residential of Balinese people. So all the traditional, not in the modern housing, but this is the traditional housing, the traditional pattern of Balinese housing. We divide into the three space. First is Parhyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan. That's considering the concept of three Hitakarana. Parhyangan is the space we do our relation. We do our relation with the God. So in Parhyangan, in this Parhyangan space, we put our shrine or temples in order to worship to our God and our ancestor. And then the second part of our housing pattern is Pawongan. So in this area, we have a building, open building. This is a space for doing activities, humanity activities, such as doing some our ritual, our birthday, in Balinese traditional birthday, and then some ritual regarding to our life cycles from baby until we dead. So we do the activities in this space. And then the Palemahan. The Palemahan is the lower space of the housing pattern. So we do all the dirtiest work, dirtiest activities, such as put the garbage or something in this space. So we divide into three according to the three Hitakarana concept. And then we have also three mandala concept and three anga. Three mandala also dividing the space according the holy function of an area. So Parhyangan, we collaborating with the Hitakarna concept. Parhyangan is the holiest space. Pawongan is in the middle space, and Palemahan is the dirtiest. The most activities which including the waste or garbage or something. And we also have the Trianga concept. It is regarding the microcosm, the human body. It is considered also the Triloka concept, considering about on the macrocosm, the Buana Agung. We call it Buana Agung. This concept is based on classification of human body. So if you see in this image, we divide our body into three parts from the lowest part, Bud, middle Buah, and Swah. So this is also in hierarchy concept of holiest part. So Swah, the most top of our body, Wah in the middle, and Bul for the lowest part. And if we put our body laying down, then we will also find our body will be in the part of Parhyangan and Madyaning body, part of Pawongan, and the lowest part come to Nista or Palemahan space. So we consider our space division and traditional housing analogically to our human body. Next. Okay. Now, how the three mandala concept applying in the geographically space? Yeah, as you can see, this three mandala concept also based on holy function of an area. This concept derived from the concept of inner zone and outer zone. And outer zone become the Nista Mandala, the dirtiest part, and inner zone is the holiest part. And in between this part, we have the Madhyaning Mandala. So we are in the dividing the space geographically. The higher part is Utama Mandala, Madhya Mandala, and Nista Mandala is the lowest part. And we have also the Hulu Teben concept. Yeah, this concept is use the axial orientation of Earth, axial. Yeah, where Kangin is the east part. If we looking in the modern direction, Hulu or Kangin is the place where the sun is rise, and Teben is where the sun is the sunset. So considering this direction, we put the Kangin or east part as the Hulu, the holiest part, and west as the Teben, the most dirtiest part of this geographical spatial concept. So based on the orientation of a ritual axis, we have Kangin and Kau. So Kangin the holiest, and Teben is lowest space. And then our islands. Maybe you have heard about Bali Island, part of Indonesia, a small island. You can see the map of Bali. Not the map. It's the image of Bali Island, which this part is not according to globe, and the Balinese is divide this island into two sides. So in the middle we have mountain here, and the Bali surrounded by an ocean. So if we imply the Hulu Teben concept, then the east part is Kangin and west part is Kau. So this is Hulu and this is Teben, according to sun orientation. Now we are looking for the north and south part. Yeah, so this is the north part of Bali, and this is the south part of Bali. In the middle Bali, there's a mountain. There are a mountain here. So the orientation of according to mountain and ocean is Kaja Kelod. Yeah, according to Earth axis. So the mountain direction we call it Kaja, and the ocean direction we call it Kelod. So Kaja Kelod. So if we compare to the Hulu Teben, then the mountain is the Hulu, the ocean is the Teben. So you will find a different orientation in the north part of Bali and the people in the south part of Bali. The people in the north part will consider the mountain as Kaja, as Hulu, but in the south part, the people in the south part of Bali will consider the north as Hulu. So it will be different orientation between people in north part and the people in the south part. So this is the concept of Hulu Teben that will considered by the people as the holiest and the profane space. Then how we implement this concept in our housing. So you can see the three dimension of our housing patterns here. We are combining the three mandala and Hulu Teben concept. So we have the Sangha Mandala concept. Sangha means nines, mandala means space or division, and Sangha Mandala is dividing the housing pattern into 9 division. So you can see in this matrix. So Hulu is in the Kangin, or if according to the sunrise and sunset, Hulu will be place for the holiest place for shrine and temples. We do worship here. And then the Taban, the lowest part, is here. So we can see, you can see the entrance gate here. So in the middle part, this is the human activities here, and in the Kangin part, the Kangin of this housing pattern part, this is the holiest place, and then this one is the dirtiest place. So this implement in the traditional housing in Bali, but since the population growth, this concept almost extinct, almost extinct, because the people increase, the amount of people increases, so they have to make the building not according this concept. And after Sangha Mandala, we have a concept. Sorry. Now, this is the concept for the human itself, Trikaya Parisuddha. Yeah, Trikaya Parisuddha means three natural behavior of humans that fill with kindness. Yeah, this Trikaya Parisuddha consists of Manachika, Wachika, and Kayika. Manachika is mean the good mind. We think good things. We thinking about good things. Wachika, we talk about, we speak about a good thing. And Kayika is we doing the right thing. So we believe that the Manachika, Manah, is the source of all our behavior. And then Wachika, we speak it, if we speak good, and it will bring us to a good condition. And then after we speak good, we have to do it right. So we have Trikaya Parisuddha concept for our own behavior. But of course, this concept also we can implement it to our environment. Yeah, so we manage our behavior to do a proper way to our environment. So in Bali, we have also tradition, some ritual tradition in how to say that. We do some ritual to our plant, to our animal or livestock. We call it Tumpa Uye and Tumpa Udo. Sorry, I have to find this concept. And next concept is Ala Ayuning Dewasa. This concept actually already mentioned by Made Sudarsana in his Wariga blog. This is a concept of regarding a good time and a bad time to certain activities. In ancient farmer, they use Dewasa Ayu and Dewasa Ala to do their farming activities. So all human activities synchronize with the social need, culture, and nature. Of course, this concept is really we cannot find in this recent time, because as has mentioned, that the technology already replaced this concept. But according to the needs of social need and cultural need, I think Ala Ayuning Dewasa still relevant to imply. In Bali, we are doing also ritual activities. Also use this Ala Ayuning Dewasa. So if Balinese people conduct yajna. How to say yajna is uh, some ceremony, religious ceremony, is also following this concept, ala ayuning dewasa. So they believe that there are a good time to do marriage or in birthday birthday ceremonies, Thanksgiving, and everything. We have the Dewasa Ayu, a good time, and also Dewasa Ala, a bad time. So some people believe that there are bad day to doing some activities. That's the concept for choosing the good time. In land use management also, we have the Balinese also have the concept of karang tengat. Karang mean space, tengat mean sacred. So tengat in term of Balinese language, tengat means sacred. So which is implies a prohibition or a restriction of an area or environment to build something. So we cannot build or use that space, that land, for many activities. So we will find a shrine or statue. Some of people will worship in this place. So this particular object, because it's considered it's sacred and it's holiest things. And then we have also karang bengang. I think this is we also cannot find this space in the urban area. So we cannot find this space again, this concept again in the big city, metropolitan or something. But in Bali, in the village area, in the rural area, we can find this karang bengang. So karang bengang is the space that located in the boundaries area. So every village in Bali will have an open green space in their boundaries area. So the Karang Bengang as the transition area for supplying good scenery, freshness, fresh air, and green atmosphere. So in the ancient time, when the agriculture is still a favorite terms, this Karang Bengang also have a function to restrict the spread of the how to say the insects that attack the agricultural. So this space will give a restriction to the spread of insect. Okay, so in this table we can see the traditional knowledge in Balinese, its implementation, and the rules in land preservation. The first knowledge is Trihita Karana, as I have explained it before. It's implement in the space and the society. So the rules is dividing the space according to their function, restricting the change in land use. So Trihita Karana also give a restricting in the change of the land use. Concept of Trimandala and Sangamandala is implementation in space. It is also dividing space according to their position, upstream and downstream. And then the Trikaya Parisuddha concept is implemented on human and society, how to good behavior. Ala Ayuning Dewasa, this is also implemented in human and society. So all activities will consider about a good and a bad time. And then Karang Tengat is its implementation is on the space that prevent human activities that damage nature and preserve green open areas. So Karang Tengat is a sacred place, so nobody will build or use that space, that land for their activities, because they believe the space is sacred. And then Karang Bengang, yeah, its implementation is on space. This is also provide a green space at the village boundaries, which can function as a buffer zone. Yeah, I'm in a buffer zone to avoid the spread of the pesticide, pest and disease. Okay, that's all the concept of traditional knowledge of indigenous people in Bali, and how we can take this concept in the development planning. So we have to optimizing all the extension of the traditional knowledge internally and externally. So internal optimization should be done by increasing traditional knowledge, not only for the old people, but also the younger generation should be increase their knowledge about this traditional concept. So strengthening the local wisdom by including explicitly in the customary rules. So we are in Bali, all the customary village have their own rules. So we have to adopt all this concept to the customary and also to the development planning in the modern government. So at the same time, external optimization should be carried out with intensive socialization to migrant communities. So the newcomer in our village should also know about this concept and should be implemented this local knowledge. So I think that the strategy how we can adopt all the concept of traditional knowledge of indigenous Balinese people. So I think we can see the concept what is the role of the traditional knowledge in land use management. So we put the traditional knowledge as a guidance to implement the sustainable development. How is to adopt in the development planning. So it will need a good cooperation between the government and the society to achieve the common goal of this the development goal. That's a prosperous society. I think that's all that I can share today. I hope it will be fruitful for all need to environment sustainability. So I would say thank you to the CAS Foundation for the opportunity for me to present my idea here. And once again, thank you for all speakers, especially for the keynote speaker and the plenary speaker and all the speaker in technical session for sharing valuable knowledge. So I think the main goal that our environment sustain, so all our next generation will also can enjoy our the environment as we enjoy it right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to be a valedictory speaker for a third international conference and for encouraging our Kash Foundation. Now, I would like to invite again Dr. Kamini Gogri, our conference moderator, to give her concluding remarks on the session.
Colossal and collateral challenges for sustainable environment. I think since early afternoon, and it's almost 7:30 here, until this late evening, the purpose of the conference is to a certain extent solved, to bring about the sensitive awareness understand that human beings have a larger role to play towards the animal, the flora, fauna, environment, and towards our future. We, as a responsible human beings, ought, it's our moral responsibility to take care of this cosmos with greater awareness, greater sensitivity. There is a quote in Jainism, Parasparam Pavagraha Jivanam. A life survives on life. It means we are related and interconnected to each other. The speakers, right from our keynote speaker, Kumar Klinger, then our three plenary speakers, Anne Hillary, Vasudevan Ji, and Akash Yadav, and our valedictory speaker, all have brought out their awareness and the greater role what we have to play towards engaging human and I would say now the dialogue between environment to understand the crisis. The crisis is ours. The animals, the flora, fauna, the environment is as it is. It's our crisis that we are unable to understand the consciousness of our environment. And that's our challenge. We need to expand our cognitive faculties to understand the smallest beings to the astral bodies. We all are interconnected. And of course, to mention all the paper presenters have very intellectually they have brought out their points of how the indigenous people, the sensitivity to the tokenism is the larger need of the society. One example I would like to give, I just had a chance to visit the Gir forest. The lion conservation was very beautifully brought out by the Gujarat government, but how the indigenous people have now understood the greater awareness that the lions are the part of our culture. Rather, human beings are the part of the lion culture. And now the lion does not harm them. And even if government wants to give them the compensation in case the cattle or human being is by mistake in the case, the people over there do not ask for compensation since they say that killing or the prey is lion's rights. So nowadays we talk about the rights of our animals, not only the animals but even our flora, fauna, the whole environment. With this, I will end my speech and I welcome all of you to join Kash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development for a Larger Cause. This is a thinking time to bring about a greater responsibility towards society, towards education, to environment, to health, and to heritage. With this, I thank Kash Foundation and CAPD for giving me this opportunity for giving me the remarks and also for having me as the chairperson for the session. Thank you, and we wish to continue all our future associations.
I would like to thank our introductory speaker, Dr. Kamini Gogri, who is our conference coordinator, our keynote speaker, Dr. Athama Theodore, Associate Professor of Hindu Studies, Zafat Academic College. His title of presentation was Dharma and Halacha, Ethics, Social Structure and Sacrificial Ethos in Hinduism and Judaism. We have got plenary session in which we got three speakers, Professor Annie Vallely, Department of Classic and Religious Studies, University of Ottawa, Canada. Her title of presentation was Hubris and Humility, Reflections on Religion in the Contemporary Socio-Ecological Crisis. We had N. Vasudevan, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Research, Education and Training, Maharashtra Forest Department. His title of presentation was Asia's Environmental and Sustainability Challenges. We had a third speaker, Dr. Akash Jadhav, Head and Associate Professor, Department of History, St. Xavier College, University of Mumbai, and Director of Kash Foundation, Center of Academic and Professional Development. Thank you to all the paper presenters. In all, we got 7 scholarly speakers, paper presenters from Mumbai, Bali, and Madhya Pradesh. The viewer who have joined later, so this is our 3rd International Conference of Kash Foundation, Center of Academic and Professional Development. All the viewers and participants, please fill feedback form in the description column of the webinar to generate your e-certificates. I would like to thank a special gratitude towards Dr. Anne Vallely for being the collaborative partner in the 3rd International Conference. We would like to thank University of Ottawa, Canada. We will also announce our 4th International Conference on 30th May on the theme of trajectories and intersection in writing in history and literature with the collaboration with Indian Council, Swami Vivekananda Culture Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Global Academic Knowledge Academic Spain, and St. Andrews College for Philosophy and Performing Arts in 4th International Conference. And also today in the morning, we inaugurated International Faculty Development Program on Research Methodology in History on the theme Historians' Compass and Tools, which is a 6-day series which will conclude on 30th May. We also thank all the viewers for giving their time and being a part of the 3rd International Conference of Kash Foundation, Center of Academic and Professional Development, and University of Ottawa, Canada. We also thank all our guests. Thank you so much, sir, ma'am.